Good morning. And do you have an oath on file with the Administrative Office of the Courts in Washington?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will make a true interpretation to Mr. Ali and Mrs. Ali of all things said in court, translating them to a language which they understand, and that you would repeat back any statements that they have for the court, translating them to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
And will you please state your name and credentials?
Sure. For the record, my name is Christine Fatouche, Fattouche, certified Arabic language interpreter.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Ms. Stone, any preliminary issues from the state this morning?
No, Your Honor, not from the state, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, any preliminary issues this morning?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kading, do you intend to give an opening statement this morning, or do you intend to reserve?
I will give one, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Leary, any preliminary issues this morning?
Good morning, Your Honor. No,
And do you intend to give an opening statement or reserve?
I intend to give one. Thank you.
Thank you. Please bring in the jury. Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. As I told you on Thursday, what we are starting with this morning, we'll start with opening statements. So at this time, if you would please give your attention to Ms. Zoe as she makes an opening statement on behalf of the plaintiff, the state of Washington.
Get off of her. Let go of her. Somebody call the cops. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, those were some of the frantic words from numerous Timberline High School students as they watched the defendant, Ihsan Ali, put his 17-year-old daughter, Fatima Ali, in a headlock at the Inner City Transit bus stop in front of Timberline High School. Those were the same frantic words from the same set of students as they watched Mr. Ali compress Fatima's neck until her eyes rolled into the back of her head, until her face turned pale, and until she lost consciousness. And those were the same frantic words from the same set of students as they watched the defendant, Zahra Ali, who arrived at the bus stop scene later on, and rather than help her daughter, Mrs. Ali also put her hands and arms around her daughter's neck and compressed and squeezed until somebody was finally able to pull Fatima to safety. During the course of this trial for the next few weeks, you will hear from those students, and they will tell you the following. They will tell you that on October 18th of 2024, the students were going to the IT bus stop in front of Timberline High School after school let out for the day shortly after 2 p.m. They will tell you that when they got to the bus stop, they saw Fatima there, and they also saw her boyfriend Isaiah there. The students will tell you that as they were at the bus stop minding their own business and waiting for the bus to show up, Fatima's father arrived. And shortly after his arrival, an argument ensued between Mr. Ali and his daughter Fatima. The students will tell you that during the course of that argument, Isaiah tried to help Fatima. And as a result of that, Mr. Ali punched Isaiah in the face. You will hear that Mr. Ali punched Isaiah so hard that it caused Isaiah was happening when Mr. Wack got out of his truck and then proceeded to help Mr. Demicola and the students. And finally, they were able to get Mr. Ali to release his grip from Fatima's neck. You will also hear that during that struggle, Mrs. Ali also showed up to the bus stop scene. And you will hear testimony from witnesses that rather than helping her daughter in that situation, Mrs. Ali also proceeded to wrap her arm around Fatima's neck and was compressing her neck, causing Fatima to have difficulty to breathe until somebody was able to pull Fatima to safety. Another witness you will hear from is Fatima herself. And during the trial, she will tell you many things. She will tell you about the relationship she had with her parents. And she will also tell you that in the early morning hours of October 18th of 2024, Fatima decided to run away from home. And she's going to tell you the reason why she ran away from home. Fatima will tell you that later that day, she went to Timberline High School, the school that she used to attend, and she spoke with her former counselor. Fatima will also tell you that her plan was to board the inner city transit bus so she can go to Haven House, which is a youth residential shelter. Fatima will tell you that after she got to the bus stop, she saw that her father also arrived at the bus stop. After her father arrived at the bus stop, Mr. Ali started to yell at Fatima to try to get her to go home with him. Fatima will tell you that she told her dad that she didn't want to go home at that time. And she will also tell you that a struggle ensued, and when Isaiah, her boyfriend, tried to help her, Mr. Ali punched Isaiah in the face. Fatima will tell you that after Mr. Ali punched Isaiah in the face, he then proceeded to grab her and wrap his arm around her neck. She will tell you that after that, things became a little bit blurry and a little bit hazy for her, and she doesn't remember much about what happened after her father put his arms around her neck because she eventually lost consciousness. Fatima will tell you that when she came to, she saw that her mother was also on the ground with her, and rather than helping her, her mother at one point also wrapped her arms around Fatima's neck, which caused Fatima to have difficulty breathing. Fatima will tell you that at some point, somebody was able to pull her up from the ground, and after that, she and Isaiah ran into the Timberline High School building to seek safety and shelter. Another set of witnesses you will hear from are the school employees, and they will tell you about a no trespass order that was issued against Mrs. Ali, prohibiting her from being inside Timberline High School. They will also tell you about a no contact order that was issued prohibiting Mrs. Ali from having any contact with Isaiah, from having any contact with Isaiah's place of residence, and from having any contact with his school, which was Timberline High School. The school employees will tell you that on October 18th of 2024, a little bit after when school let out at approximately 2 p.m., a frantic and scared Fatima and Isaiah ran into the front office area. And they will tell you that when Fatima ran inside, she was screaming, "My dad tried to kill me." The school employees will tell you that shortly after Fatima and Isaiah ran into the building, Zara Ali also ran into the building. The employees will tell you that knowing that Zara could not be there, they tried to get Zara to leave. Eventually, after Zara left the school building, the school employees placed the school on lockdown for the safety of the students. Another set of witnesses you will hear from are the law enforcement officers from the Lacey Police Department. And they will tell you about the investigation that they conducted in this case. They will tell you about the individuals that they interviewed, and they will also tell you about the video footage of the bus stop incident that they received and collected as part of this case. You will in fact get to see the videos for yourself during the course of this trial. And finally, another set of witnesses you will hear from are the medical professionals from Providence. And they will tell you about the effects of strangulation on the human body. They will also tell you about the injuries that they observed on Fatima. You will hear that Fatima had abrasions, she had bruising, and she also had petechia on her neck and on her face. And the medical professionals will also tell you that due to what happened at the bus stop, Fatima was also diagnosed with a condition called pneumomedium sinum, which is in essence when air leaks out of your lungs into other parts of your body. And the medical professionals will tell you that due to what happened at the bus stop, Fatima ended up being admitted to the hospital for several days. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there will be lots of evidence that will be presented during this trial. You will see lots of photos and you will see many videos. I also ask that you pay close attention to the testimony of the witnesses from the witness stand. Because what you will not get when you go back to deliberate is that you will not get their taped statements. You will not get medical records that were in this case, and you will not get the police reports in this case. So I ask that you pay close attention to the testimony of witnesses. And then at the end of this trial, my co-counsel, Heather Stone, will come back before you and deliver her closing argument. And at the end, we ask that you return a verdict of guilty on all charges against both Mr. Ihsan Ali and Mrs. Zara Ali. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the jury, if you will now please give your full attention to Mr. Kading as he makes opening statement on behalf of defendant Mr. Ali.
Hey, good morning. A couple of things. This case is about October 18th of 2024. October 18th, 2024 was not a day like any other day. You're going to hear from witnesses about what happened that day. And I'm going to tell you the day started early, about 4 a.m. You're going to hear Fatima say that she left her house. She ran away from home. She didn't tell anybody. She had never said anything about leaving home. She knew for a fact she was going to be traveling later that day. She didn't talk to her parents about what was happening in terms of her not wanting to go. She didn't make any complaints to them. She just got up early and left the house. Her parents, concerned when they woke up, they called the police and made a report that she had run away. They went out and looked for her. They talked to the police throughout the day. You're going to hear from Officer Hang, who's going to say, yeah, he talked to them throughout the day. They were never told one thing about where she was that day. You're going to hear she was at Timberline High School for most of the day. You're going to hear that she had told people she had run away. But you're also going to hear they never relayed that information to the parents. You're going to hear that Mr. Ali went to the school to look for her. You're going to hear that he was sitting in his car waiting after school to see if he could see her come out. And you're going to see that he saw her. What you're also going to hear is from Isaiah Williams. Isaiah Williams saw Mr. Ali's truck before Mr. Ali saw him. And he said to his friend, when he saw him sitting there, before anything had happened, he said, be ready. It's an unusual statement, but that's what he said. You are going to hear that Mr. Ali had a conversation with his daughter about coming home. It was not yelling, not out of anger at that point. And you're going to hear that Isaiah and Fatima started struggling. Isaiah inserted himself into the situation. He got between mother and daughter. He was going to be, as a 16-year-old kid, the person making decisions apparently in this case. You're going to hear him testify that he was punched. But you're going to watch video in this case. And it's very important, the video in this case, because this incident was captured on video in its entirety. People are going to testify to different things, but I want you to be careful about what they say versus what you see. They're different, and you're going to see that. I'm going to ask you to take careful notes of what people say, and I'm going to ask you to carefully watch the videos that are going to come up here, and I'm going to ask you to compare them. You're going to see that credibility is an issue in this case. People don't always remember what's going on. Fortunately, for Mr. Ali and his wife in this case, it's on video. People relayed to the police what they said happened. It's different than what's on the video. So I want you to pay close attention to everything. Next thing we're going to talk about is the medical in this case. You've heard that Fatima had some abrasions, some petechias, those sort of injuries. And you're also going to hear about this pneumomediastinum. Okay? This condition is when you have air in your cavity of your chest. And it happens in different ways. And you're going to hear two main ways it happens. One is puncture injuries. In this case, there was no puncture injury. The other way that it happens is if you have blunt force trauma, the most common way, likely what happened in this case. Blunt force trauma as it was explained, and the doctors will tell you, causes this injury because if you hold your breath and then you hit the ground, your lungs are like a balloon. And if you hit the ground, sometimes that balloon will pop. So if you hold your breath, it's going to pop. If your mouth was open when you hit the ground, it's not likely to cause any problems because the air will just expel out your mouth. The other thing you're going to note in this case is pseudomediastinum is not a life-threatening injury. You're going to be told that it's a condition that you can get and it needs to be monitored for some time and see if it resolves. You're going to hear the doctors tell you that by 8:43 a.m. the next morning they did a chest x-ray of Fatima and the condition had resolved. It was not life-threatening. It was not something they monitored after that point. There was no evidence of it occurring other than for one incident. Likely blunt force trauma, which you'll see in the video, could have been caused in numerous ways. One of them falling to the ground, which is interesting because you're going to see in the video that they didn't really fall to the ground. You're going to see that Isaiah Williams attacked Mr. Ali. Him and Fatima were knocked to the ground after hitting a tree. Knocked to the ground where punching and kicking occurred. You're going to see 42 punches, 3 kicks to the head, all done by Isaiah Williams and his friends to Mr. Ali. So, what I'm going to tell you is, I want you to pay close attention. I want you to listen to the evidence. I want you to weigh the evidence. And I want you to compare what people say to what you see. There's going to be a lot of issues that come up in this case that you'll hear. I'm not going to lay everything out for you now, but you'll know when it happens that if you're taking notes, you're paying attention, you're going to see at the end of this case that Mr. Ali is not guilty of the crimes he's charged with. The state is not going to be able to prove to you what's happened. That's their obligation. So pay attention, take notes. At the end of the case, we're going to come back and sum things up, and we're going to ask you to find Mr. Ali not guilty.
Thank you. Members of the jury, if you will now please give your full attention to Mr. Larry as he makes opening statement on behalf of defendant Mrs. Ali.
Thank you, Counsel. Good morning. When asked what happened with her mom on October 18th, 2024, the incident is outside of Timberline High School, captured on the bus video. Fatima Ali, 17, will tell you, I don't think that my mom was trying to hurt me. I think that she was trying to protect me from the chaos. She appeared worried. She appeared scared. She was worried for me. There is one word that you will hear likely throughout the testimony of these witnesses, one observation that you will probably attach to this incident when you watch the video, and that is chaos. Absolute and utter chaos on a small patch of land next to the bus stop outside of the high school. Now, fortunately, in 2024 and 2025, you are not going to have to rely exclusively on the testimony of teenagers and adults trying to describe for you what they saw in that chaotic moment, what they were focused on, what they happened to see, what they believed they saw. Because in addition to their testimony and their personal observations, you will have the opportunity to compare, contrast, and analyze numerous videos. We are fortunate that the transit bus was pulling up for its stop to pick up its kids on its normal run of the day. And being 2024, that bus was outfitted with approximately 8 cameras, front, back, right side, left side, inside. Now, there are certain cameras that are more valuable to this analysis, certainly the front-facing one, because the bus driver, who you're going to likely hear from first today, will tell you what he saw, how he stopped the bus, and he will walk you through what that camera shows and what we can see. Now, video doesn't capture everything. We all know that. But it provides a baseline. It tells us timing. It tells us who is visible when people arrive on the scene. Now, we are focused on October 18th. That day began at 4 o'clock in the morning. See, my client had a trip planned to travel with her daughter and her younger sons. What my client didn't know is that her 17-year-old daughter did not want to travel with her mom. Despite the decision to simply abandon this trip, she never communicated to her mom. She never communicated to her dad, hey, do I really have to go? I don't know that I really want to go. Can we do something else? Are there alternatives? Instead, she ran away, 4 o'clock in the morning. Didn't have a large amount of money on her, didn't leave a note, didn't tell her parents where she was going, what her plans were, or who she intended to be with. Understandably, Mom and Dad were worried. Their response is they drove around Olympia looking for her. Fatima will tell you that throughout the day, on various occasions, she could see her dad's truck, and before he noticed her, she would hide, get out of view. At the end of the day, or towards the late afternoon, there's the incident at the bus stop. She sees her dad approaching. She lets Isaiah know. Isaiah will tell you that he told his friends, there's her dad, get ready. It's not exactly clear what they're getting ready for, but that is what is said. Now, the state got up an opening, and this will be, throughout trial. We have different perspectives, different takes, different things that get focused on. The state said that there would be testimony that Mr. Ali ran up angry and was upset and yelling. You'll also hear Fatima describe her dad. That he walked up, he was talking in a quiet voice. He wasn't yelling, he wasn't screaming. There's the confrontation, and you will see that the bus video captures it, not from the outset, but very close to the outset. You will see the actions of Mr. Ali, Isaiah, his friends, the people standing by, their daughter. You see the bus driver stop. He gets out, attempts to intervene. You will then see the passersby who then stop, attempt to intervene, separate, and hold Mr. Ali on the ground. Around this time, you will then see my client, her mom, come and attempt to help her daughter. Now, we have the video from the bus. There's additional cell phone videos that you will see. You will see her. She is holding onto her daughter. She's not holding onto her neck. Fatima describes her mom as saying, my daughter, my daughter. You will see Fatima's eyes wide. She is just gathering her wits after this whole chaos and melee when she is under her dad. Her dad is being punched and kicked repeatedly while on top of her. She's in the arms of her mom. Isaiah is attempting to remove her from the scene, hold her away from her mom, and eventually they run into the school. I don't believe that my mom intended to harm me. She was just trying to get me away from the chaos. She looked worried. She was simply saying, my daughter, my daughter. So, what does my client do? She leaves her husband behind. She runs into the school. Where's my daughter? Where's my daughter? Ladies and gentlemen, that is the accusations against my client. For what she did, attempting to hold her daughter, in the state's eyes, is the allegation of attempted murder. It is that act that is the allegation of assault in the second degree and unlawfully imprisoning her 17-year-old daughter. My client is charged with burglary in the second degree for going into the school to try to find her daughter. Finally, she is charged with a violation of a protection order that she had been served 2 days before that said that she could not have contact with Isaiah, her daughter's boyfriend. You will hear from the officer who served her that order. You may or may not see the video of that interaction. As you probably surmised, my client is not an English speaker. She is served with an order that says that she is to stay away from Isaiah Williams. The officer tells her you can't have contact with him, you can't reach out to him. The order and all of its peculiarities is written in English. My client doesn't read English, she speaks Arabic. She knows some English. The purpose for being there that day was not to have contact with Isaiah. It was to locate her daughter. This case, there's no winners. I appreciate you taking the time and the service to be here and to listen intently. And I'm confident, particularly with the benefit of the video and listening to the witnesses, you will reach a just decision and conclude that my client is not guilty of the allegations alleged by the state of Washington. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. The state may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls John Denicola.
Come forward, please. You come up here. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. Ms. Stone, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Denicola.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is John Denicola. Last name is spelled D as in David, E-N-I-C-O-L-A.
And Mr. Denicola, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
How so?
I work with Inner City Transit. I was formerly a coach operator. I'm now a transit ambassador.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I was formerly a coach operator, bus driver.
What's a coach operator?
It's a bus driver.
Oh, okay.
I operate the buses.
Okay.
And now I'm a transit ambassador.
Is it a transit ambassador?
Yes, it's a
Okay.
new program.
And did you have a normal route that you drove when you were the coach operator?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
That would have been the Route 68.
And what about in October of 2024? Were you driving that same route at that time?
Yes, I was.
Where does Route 68 go?
Route 68 departs from Lacey Transit Center on Golf Club and 6th, and it goes down Carpenter Road and then down Mullen Road to Roto Road and heads over to the mall, Capitol Mall.
Okay, so based on that Route 68, are you familiar with the area of Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast?
Yes, I am.
Is that in Lacey, Washington?
Yes, it is.
And were you in or around that area on October 18th, 2024, shortly after 2 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
And what shift were you working in October of 2024?
The shift I was working, well, I actually worked from about 8:40 in the morning till 5:30 in the afternoon.
And were you working that normal shift on October 18th, 2024, then just after 2 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
Did anything of significance occur in that area that you observed on that date and time during your shift?
Yes, it did.
And whereabouts was this event occurring?
At the transit bus stop right outside of Timberline High School.
Okay. And what is the activity like at that bus stop? You said it's a transit stop, so it's not a school bus stop. So who are your clientele, so to speak?
Right. It's just a regular bus stop on the side of the road, and when I come through there, usually I'm supposed to get there right about 2 o'clock-ish, 2:05, and whenever I pull up to this, I always pick up high school students and an occasional adult or two.
Okay. So is it busier than, say, during the week versus on the weekend?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So as you're pulling up to that stop, Mr. Denicola, what do you initially see? What do you initially observe?
As I was approaching the stop, I noticed there was a commotion going on right at the bus stop itself. It looked like a fight going on.
Okay. And did you see who was involved in that fight, whether they were adults or children or something else?
Initially, I thought it was just teenagers being rowdy, but as I got closer to the stop, I noticed there was actually a grown man fighting with some teenage students.
Okay. And when you say a grown man, what does that mean to you, like approximate age-wise?
I'd say approximately probably 40s, early 40s, late 30s.
Okay. And when you say fighting with students, what specifically did you see, or what does that mean to you?
They were throwing punches at each other.
Okay. And did you see him do anything other than throw a punch at someone?
Yes, while they were fighting, while the punches were being thrown, he did lay a punch onto the male student, who fell back. And at that time, the adult actually grabbed this female student.
And when you say grabbed her, what do you mean by that?
He grabbed her, for the front, spun around, and then put a chokehold on her.
And what happened next?
They fell to the ground, and he held her. A couple of other students came running over, and they were hitting him, trying to get him to stop.
And where are you when this is occurring?
I was in my driver's seat. I had just fully stopped at the bus stop.
Okay. Well, did you do anything or have any immediate response while you're still in the bus?
Yes, I did. As soon as I noticed the fight going on, I noticed he was an adult. I started honking the horn in hopes of getting his attention and possibly getting him to stop.
Was that successful?
It was not successful.
So what happened next?
So I secured my bus by putting neutral, engaging the emergency brake, and I went out there and confronted the man while he was on the ground holding the female student. And I told him, let her go. And I believe I said it probably 2 or 3 times, let her go.
And how did you say that?
I yelled it. I said, let her go, let her go.
And did he?
He did not.
So what happened next?
When he wouldn't let her go, I bent over, I reached, and I released his grasp. He was not letting go. I had to forcefully remove his grasp from her. When she was free, somebody grabbed her.
I'm going to have you pause. That's okay. I'm going to have you pause for a second. And when you say you were releasing his grasp, what do you mean by that? What does that mean to you?
Well, as he was holding her, he was clutching his arm, and he was choking her. I noticed her eyes rolling into the back of her head. And right there, as I grabbed his hand and I pulled it off, was able to spread his arms apart, and that's when she got free.
Okay. Why were you telling the man to let her go?
Because obviously she was in distress. Her eyes were rolling into the back of the head. You can tell she was not able to breathe. The look on his face and the way he was squeezing, he was choking her.
And was there anyone else there besides you, the young woman, and the man that you've described?
There were several students around. Once I released his grip from her, another gentleman did come running across, and I believe he kneeled on the adult's chest. But I really, the whole time I was mainly focused on him and the female student.
Okay. Do you remember if there were any other adult women in the area?
I did notice one that caught my eye, and that was mainly because she had a phone out and she was recording. And the male student that he originally had punched away slapped the phone out of her hand and said, you don't even know what's going on here.
Okay.
Objection to yours.
Sustained.
Mr. Denicola,
Instruct the jury to disregard.
I sustain the objection. The jury will disregard the very last portion of the witness's answer related to what someone said.
Mr. Denicola, if I specifically ask you to relay a statement, then do so. But if I don't, do not. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Denicola, when you saw, or you and the crowd, so to speak, were able to get the young female released from the adult male, where was that young male, if you recall, the initial male that got punched?
He was standing at her feet from when she was laying down.
Okay. And where did the young female go, if you saw, after she was removed or released from the older male that had been choking her?
She was moved over about say about 5 feet away from where the adult male was laying.
And was she standing up on the ground? Do you remember?
Yeah, she was still on the ground, and somebody was holding her.
Okay. And when you talked about the adult female with the phone, and were there any other adult females present?
The person holding her on the ground appeared to be an adult female.
Okay. Can you describe how either the woman holding her on the ground appeared or the woman with the phone appeared?
I cannot describe the woman on the ground because I really didn't focus on her. But the one standing up that was holding the phone, she was wearing, I don't know how to describe it. It's when they wear the black, like the Muslims wear. I'm not sure what it's called though.
Okay. So like a headscarf or a head covering
Right,
of some
exactly, and covering. I believe it was covering her face as well.
sort? Okay. And when the adult male, the other adult male came over, and I know we're using adult male and adult female a lot. Do you know any of these individuals?
I do not personally.
The male that came over and assisted by holding down the man who was choking the younger female, did you see where he came from?
He came out of this a pickup truck that pulled into the turning lane, to that turn lane that goes into the high school parking lot.
Okay. What did you do once that male came and I think you used the phrase was kneeling on the 40-year-old or man in his 40s on the ground? Where did you go or what did you do next?
I stood up, and the other students around the area kept yelling, "Call the police, call the police." So I pulled out my phone, but a student that was standing pretty close to me, I can hear the 911 operator saying the police are on their way. So I just looked, and the female, I thought she was fine, and the male was being detained. So I went back to my bus so I can get the bus out of the way for the first responders to get in.
And when you say you thought the young female was fine, did you ask her any questions? Did you look at her or have any time, I would say, significant time or attention paid to her?
Yes, when I looked over towards her, she was looking at the younger male student. She was looking right at him, whispering something, because it was whispering, it was kind of raspy, so I couldn't make out what she was saying to the young male. And then somebody was holding her, I believe, holding her around her waist. So I wasn't 100% sure what she was saying, but
Did you pay significant attention to it?
I did.
And about how long did you look at that before getting up to leave?
Probably about 15 to 20 seconds, approximately.
And what about the male that had been on the ground during all of this? Was he saying or doing anything while he was choking the female?
No, he did not say a word.
And this may sound like an obvious question, but how could you tell what he was doing was actually choking the female?
It's the position of his arm, the way it was around her neck, and you can see the tension in his hands, and also the reaction from the young female. She wasn't able to say anything. You can tell she could not breathe, and just by the fact that her eyes started going to the back of her head was telling me that she was being choked.
And what was that male's demeanor? Meaning, was he awake and conscious? Was he talking? How did he appear to you in terms of his physical demeanor?
I don't recall him saying anything, but his eyes were wide open, and he was focused at his task at hand. He was focused on what he was doing and nothing else.
What about the strikes that you've described from the teens that were standing around? Were those effective in any way?
Not really, actually. The punches that the young adult was swinging did not have very much of an effect on the adult male.
Do you want a minute, Rich?
You may.
Mr. Denical, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 1 through 4. I'm going to ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment, please, sir, and then look up at me when you're done. Mr. Denicola, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, I do.
What are those, sir?
These are aerial photos of the area around Timberline High School.
And do those appear to be a true and accurate representation of that area as it appeared to you on October 18th of 2024?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit State's Exhibits 1 through 4.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibits 1 through 4 shall be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may publish.
I'll take those back from Mr. Thank you. And Mr. Denicola, can you just orient us, please, to, we'll give that a moment to,
Can you indicate what exhibit you're publishing, please?
yes, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 1. Give it a second to autofocus. There it goes. And actually, there it goes. May I approach, Honor?
You may.
I'm going to give you a pointer. That button is the cursor up top. You have to hold it for a second before it connects. See?
Okay, thank you.
Some button to start. Mr. Denicola, we're looking at State's Exhibit 1. Can you please describe to the jury the area that we're looking at?
Yes. Okay. So right over here, this is the Timberline High School.
And so just for the record, Mr. Denicola, remember that everything we're doing is written in a record. So I would ask you to describe on the photograph itself where you're pointing. So you identified a building about upper center of that photograph. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Upper center. And then about on the bottom center of the photograph is our transit stop, and you can see it by the little bus symbol there.
Okay.
And that's Mullen Road.
And that's Mullen Road there?
Yes.
Is Mullen Road one-way, two-way? What kind of road is Mullen Road?
Mullen Road is a two-way street, 2 lanes, one lane in each direction.
Are there turn lanes associated with Mullen Road?
There is. Let me get this over here. There's a turn lane right by the bus stop here at the lower center.
Okay.
And it's a left turn lane to get into the parking lot.
Thank you. Looking at State's Exhibit 2, and what are we looking at here, sir?
This is a closer zoomed-in photo of aerial view of the Timberline High School area, with the bus stop now at the lower left-hand corner of the screen.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 3, what are we looking at in this photograph, sir?
It's a wider photo of the same area at Timberline High School with the bus stop now right in the center of the screen, showing that both lanes of Mullen Road and a parking lot that is right across you was showing on the bottom left corner of the screen.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 4.
And this is a much closer shot of the bus stop itself in front of the Timberline High School, just shown kind of left center of the bottom screen here with Mullen Road on the side as well.
And Mr. Denicola, when you stopped your bus, where did you stop and park that bus at compared to this photograph?
The bus will pull up, and right over here we have a stop. The bus stop sign, we call that a lollipop because there's no bench or no shelter. So the front bumper of the bus would usually stop right about here,
Okay.
which is on the bottom left-hand screen, just left of the little bus symbol.
And the incident that you have described to the jury, where on this photograph did you observe those events taking place?
When I first approached, the commotion was happening right next to our I call the lollipop, the bus stop itself, the bus stop sign, which is right here at the lower left part of the screen is where it all started, where I came in and saw it. I mean,
Did it stay in that location or did it move?
it did not. As the fight progressed, it actually moved back further west on Mullen, just about 10 to 15 feet away from my bus stop sign.
Do you recall where about you made contact with that group once you exited your bus?
Yes, it's right about there, about 10 to 15 feet away from the bus stop sign itself.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Denicola, do you recall what I know you've described the teenagers at the scene as throwing strikes, throwing punches while the man was choking the young female. Do you recall what their demeanors were at the time?
The teenagers,
Yes.
they were excitable. They were screaming, so they appeared to be scared.
When you described the young female as being in the arms of the older female, did you see exactly where her arms were on her?
Not exactly, because again, I really didn't focus that much on her.
I know you indicated that you had moved your bus for law enforcement to be able to come in. Did you see law enforcement or hear law enforcement arrive?
Yes, I did. Just before I departed the stop, I could hear sirens faintly in the distance. And as I drove away and I approached, got closer to Ruddle Road, so between the high school itself and the cemetery, is where I saw a Lacey police car coming down eastbound on Mullen Road.
Okay, and how long would you say total you were on scene of this incident or at the bus stop before getting back into the bus and restarting your route?
It felt like a few minutes. I really won't be able to say exactly how long.
Okay. And what did you do upon getting back in your bus? What happened next?
When I got on the bus, I told these kids that were right outside the bus, okay, come on, let's go. The police are on their way. And I made sure all the kids that got on the bus, and I shut my doors and I drove off.
Okay, at any point did you make a report into law enforcement or your agency?
Yes, I did. As I drove away, and I was trying to make sense in my mind as what's going on, I did request a call back from my dispatch so I can report what had happened.
Okay. And did you make a report to your dispatch about what happened?
Yes, I did. I made a report over our radio, two-way radio, and informed what I had witnessed and what I had done.
Did you finish your route that day then?
I did not finish my route.
Why not?
Another supervisor, we called them the road supervisors. They're out on the road driving around, called me on the bus. He asked me to wait for him once I arrived at Tumwater Square. When I got to Tumwater Square and I waited for him, when he arrived, he asked me how was I doing. I told him I was okay. He asked if I could finish my route. I said I should be able to. He said, no, your voice is shaking, your adrenaline's pumping, I don't think you should finish this route. So he brought a relief out there for me, and he drove me back to the shop, and I had to write a report as to what happened, and then they let me go home.
Okay. How long have you been driving buses for IT?
13 years.
Are you aware whether those buses have any video surveillance or cameras associated with them?
Yes, they do.
And where are those cameras located, if you know?
We have about 6 cameras inside the bus recording all the activities going on, and then I believe we have about 4 of them on the outside of the bus.
And when you say on the outside, where are the ones on the outside pointed or directed?
We have 2 up front that are, one's pointed out in front, seeing the road and everything in front of the bus. The other one that's up front is pointed at the driver itself. And then we have one on each side that sees everything going on the sides of the buses.
And how does that camera record? Meaning, is that something that is manually operated by you? Is it something that just runs whether the vehicle is on or off, or something else?
The cameras are continuously running while the bus is running. When we first start them up in the morning, it takes about 3 minutes before the hard drive warms up, and then the cameras come live, and they will stay on for the entire shift, as long as the bus is continuously running.
What about when you turn the bus off?
When the bus turns off, the cameras stay on for about another 2 hours after the bus is turned off.
And where is that bus footage recorded or maintained?
The recordings on the bus, actually, there's a hard drive on the bus where it's recorded onto the hard drive itself, and that's where they stay.
So if you want to access that footage, do you have to access it from the bus directly, or is there another means for gathering it?
They can pull the hard drive off of the bus, but if the bus is still in service, they can remotely upload the footage.
And when you say they, who is they?
That would be we have supervisors that are responsible for pulling videos for any sort of an event, and they have the technology up at the office, and they can just tap right into the bus, and it just uploads the videos.
What is the purpose of having cameras on the bus?
They're mainly for safety reasons,
Safety for who?
for passengers and for the driver.
If that footage is pulled or it's accessed, how does one get a copy of that footage?
In order to get a copy of any kind of footage on any of our buses, you have to submit what's called a public records request. And you can just go online to innercitytransit.com and you can fill out the request there.
And so if that footage is pulled, do you know how long it's stored or maintained for?
If footage is pulled because of an event or if it's been requested, they keep them for, I believe it's 3 years. They will keep them.
Do you have any ability to edit or modify that camera footage in any way?
No, I do not.
Would you know how to do that if that was an option to you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Have you ever had to review camera footage from your bus before?
Yes, I have.
About how often?
I'd probably review footage about 3 to 4 times a year.
And in those instances, did that footage appear to be true and accurate reflection of those events as you recall them occurring?
Yes.
Is there anything about your prior interactions with the bus's video system that would make you doubt the accuracy of that footage or that it had been manipulated in any way?
No.
On October 18, 2024, was the bus you were driving equipped with the camera system you've described previously?
Yes, it was.
And was that camera system recording and operating in the same fashion that you've previously described?
Yes, it was.
And are you aware whether your bus's video surveillance system captured any footage of the incident in this case about which you've been testifying?
Yes, it did.
And have you had an opportunity to review that footage prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
And based on your review of that footage, did it appear to you to be a true and accurate reflection of the events or a portion of the events as they appeared to you as they occurred on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
You may.
Mr. Denicola, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Ask you to review that silently to yourself and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what I've handed you there, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
There's a thumb drive that has the video showing all shots from the camera footage from that day of the event.
And how do you know that's what that is?
Because after I viewed it, I initialed and dated the tag on the thumb drive.
And when and where did you have an opportunity to review that thumb drive specifically prior to today to confirm the contents of it?
I reviewed it this past Saturday on July 12th back in the prosecutor's office.
And based on your review of State's Exhibit 34, did that appear to you to be a true and accurate copy of footage of your bus's video cameras capturing those events from October 18th of 2024?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, this time the state would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 34.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary?
No, Your Honor.
34 shall be admitted. You may publish.
You want this one?
Okay, Mr. Denicola, I'm going to start first with all of these views. I'm going to ask you to orient the jury to what they're looking at on State's Exhibit 34. Can you explain kind of what the video setup looks like here, please, sir?
Yes.
So just orient the jury if you don't mind. What are we looking
Okay.
at in terms of that setup?
On the setup is all the camera angles that are on our buses. On the upper left-hand corner is the camera that's right above the driver's seat. Right next to that is the front portion of the passenger seating area. Next to that one is the rear area. Then we have the rear exit door. The one behind that one, that is a side of that's the curb side of the bus camera. The bottom left corner is showing the rear of the bus seating area. The one next to that is our street side camera. Next to that one is again another angle of the rear seating area of a bus. Then second to last, we have the angle showing the driver's side window, and the last one is the front camera, front view.
Okay, so if we're working our way through these camera systems, at the very top of the screen, is there a navigation pane?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and If I click down on that navigation pane, what does that do?
That'll show all the different camera angles that you can choose.
So if you wanted to see, for example, just one camera angle, is it fair to say you would click off all of the other views?
That is correct.
Okay, and then if you wanted to watch only 2 camera angles, you would just have those 2 playing and click off any other views that you didn't want to see.
That is correct.
Okay. And at the very bottom, what are we looking at the navigation pane on the bottom underneath each of those camera views?
Those are the timestamps.
Okay, what about above the timestamp first?
Above the timestamp.
So if you
Are you
have
talking
the
about-
arrows going in multiple directions, what are
Right.
those?
Those are the play button, reverse button, and pause buttons.
Okay, and underneath of that, you have the ability to watch something in normal speed, a slower speed, or a faster speed?
Yes, you do. Right underneath the buttons, there's another drop-down arrow where you have the option of choosing the speed that you want it to play at.
Okay, so if you clicked on that, you could see those, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the front audio button here, what is that?
That's telling you which speaker that you're listening to at that time. And at this time, it's clicked onto the front audio.
Okay, and you talked about the date timestamp at the bottom, is that this white block here?
Yes, it is.
And what about this green block and the green bar running across the bottom? What are we looking at there?
That's the timeline. It follows the video as it's playing, so it lets you know exactly what time you'll watch the video at.
Okay. So if we click on the road view specifically, what view is that?
That one is the front of the bus, facing outward in the direction that the bus is traveling.
Okay. So if I double click on that, it gets big, correct?
That is correct.
Do these all, as I unclick those buttons to watch the front view, or the road view, excuse me, are all of those cameras running simultaneously? Meaning, are they all the contemporaneous views, so they're synced with each other?
Yes, they all run at the same time.
Okay. So Mr. Denicola, I'm going to play States Exhibit 34, the road view, and is that identified in this upper left-hand corner here of the video?
Yes, it is.
Is that the same for each of those videos?
That it is.
Okay. And then I have some questions to ask you after this is done, okay?
Yes.
I'm playing it in normal speed, is that correct?
Yes. And I'm the only one on the bus that was wearing one. So that's how I can tell that was me.
Who else do you recognize, if anyone?
And I also recognized the gentleman that was holding him down.
Okay. We're gonna watch a couple more, and then I've got some more questions for you, okay?
Actually, Ms. Stone, I think it's about time for us to take our morning recess. Members of the jury, in just a moment, the bailiffs are going to come forward and lead you back to the jury room. Our morning recess will be approximately 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your time and attention this morning. Please remember all
They're on their way.
Okay, I'm stopping the video at 2:16, 08. Mr. Denicola, which video view is now shown on State's Exhibit 34?
That's the front left camera.
Okay. And moving that back to the beginning, 2:12:52, and playing that from the beginning. Mr. Denicola, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Denicola, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 5 through 33. I'm going to ask you to look at those silently to yourself and then look up at me when you're done, okay?
Yes.
Mr. Denicola, do you recognize what I've handed you in States Exhibits 5 through 33?
Yes, I do.
And what are those, sir?
These are still photos from the video that we just watched.
And do those appear to be a true and accurate representation of still photos from that video?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit States Exhibits 5 through 33.
Mr. Kading, any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibits 5 through 33 shall be admitted.
Thank you. May I retrieve those, Your Honor?
You may.
I have permission to publish.
You may.
Mr. Denicola, starting with States Exhibit 5. I'll give it a second to autofocus. There it goes. What are we looking at in States Exhibit 5? Go down a little bit. What is this, sir?
That's the transit bus stop in front of Timberline High School.
Okay, do you still have the
Oh, yes.
pointer? Yes, thank you. So can you orient us in terms of the stop itself, what we're looking at up close? Earlier you had talked about from the aerial view. What are we looking at up close here?
Up close, you can see this is the actual stop that we call a lollipop,
Okay.
and then several students in the area. And then right on over here, you can see that fight that's going on.
The witness is referring to the right quarter of the exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And about center of the page, is that center of that right-hand side of the exhibit? Is that right, Mr. Denicola?
That is correct.
Okay.
Right on over here, you can see that fight that's going on.
The witness is referring to the right quarter.
From the aerial view, what are we looking at up close here?
Up close, you can see this is the actual stop that we call a lollipop,
Okay.
and then several students in the area. And then right on over here, you can see that fight that's going on.
The witness is referring to the right quarter of the exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And about center of the page, is that center of that right-hand side of the exhibit? Is that right, Mr. Denicola?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Denicola, this maybe it's not an obvious question. You've seen fights at bus stops before. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Have you gotten out to intervene, for lack of a better word, as you did here?
No,
Why did you do here?
because it was apparent that this was an adult male fighting with students.
Was that different to you?
Yes, it was.
Showing you States Exhibit 6. What are we looking at here?
The same spot at the lower right center of the screen here is the fight that's going on, the adult male and the teenage male as well.
Okay. And is the female there in that photo as well?
Yes, right to the left of the adult male.
Okay. And is that the female that he's holding on to, or is that a different student to the left in the, I would say, tan pants, so to speak?
I believe that's the female that he ends up grabbing.
Okay. What view is this?
This is, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Where would the view be in terms of date timestamp if somebody was looking at it?
You're looking at it from the front camera, and then the date timestamp going off the upper left-hand corner. You can see that's from October 18, 2024, 2:13 and 19 seconds.
Okay. And you've got the cursor on the right-hand side, but you're looking at the left-hand side. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you say the front camera, do you mean the road camera? Is that the specific
Yes.
title?
That's the front road camera. Well, it's a road camera.
Okay. States Exhibit 7. What are we looking at in States Exhibit 7?
Again, we're looking at the road camera, timestamp of October 18, 2024 at 2:13 and 20 seconds.
And where is that fight happening in this photograph?
The fight is happening about 10 feet away from our Lollipop bus stop. It's right on the lower right-hand side of the screen.
And so throughout this, you've referred to, in your descriptions, an adult male, a young female, and another young male. Do you see those three individuals depicted in this screenshot?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify, please, where you're talking about the adult male, the young male, and the young female?
Right here is the adult male, and then these are the two young males. And then I believe this is the female over here. They're center of the screen, right side of the screen.
Mr. Denicola, let me ask you a different question then.
Yes.
States Exhibit 8. What are we looking at in States Exhibit 8?
We're looking at the road camera, October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 21 seconds. It's a closer view. We can see the adult male right here, and he's fighting with the teenage student.
Is there a student on the ground?
Yes, there is, just to the left of the other student that's still standing in front of the adult male.
And the witness is referring to the right bottom corner of the exhibit.
Thank you. States Exhibit 9. What is depicted in States Exhibit 9?
That's timestamp October 18th, 2024. Time is 2:13 and 22 seconds. And we have at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen here, you have the adult male who just punched a teenage boy.
And is there a student on the ground?
You can barely see him, but yes, right behind the teenage boy.
States Exhibit 10. And what's happening in States Exhibit 10?
It's
Nope, I'll pull it down for you.
it's okay. Again, it's the road camera, 10/18/2024 at 2:13 and 23 seconds. It's the adult male is actually heading towards the other student, and it's at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen.
Okay. States Exhibit 11.
October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 23 seconds. In the bottom right-hand center of the screen is the adult male reaching for the female student.
Okay, so just to be clear, Mr. Denicola, earlier you indicated
Yes.
you thought the female student was wearing the khaki pants.
That is
Do you
correct.
see the khaki pants student in this photograph also?
Yes, I do. I see him standing over by the tree, over the right-hand center of the screen.
So for clarification, the khaki pants student is not the female.
That is correct.
And in this States Exhibit, 11, what are the hands of the adult male doing? Where are they located?
Right now, it looks like he was reaching for her shoulders.
Do you see the young male that you described previously in this shot?
I do not see the male that was fighting with I don't see the teenage male that was fighting with the adult male, but I do see the other male that had the khaki pants over by the tree.
Thank you. States Exhibit 12. What's happening in States Exhibit 12?
It's October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 25 seconds. Center right-hand side of the screen, the adult male is grabbing the female student.
And do you see the other young male anywhere in the shot that you've previously described as being struck by the adult male?
I believe that is him coming into the screen here in the bottom right-hand center of the screen.
So at 2:13 and 25 seconds on October 18th, 2024, based on this, do I understand that as you observed it and consistent with that, the adult male's arms are already on the young female and the young male is not touching them? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. States Exhibit 13. What timestamp are we looking at here, sir?
We're looking at October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 25 seconds.
Okay. And what are we looking at on the right-hand side of this photograph?
Let me get this cursor over there. Sorry.
That's okay.
On the right-hand side of this photograph, you can see the adult male still in a tussle with the female student, and the male student actually coming up on them. And I see another student that's coming from where the tree was at, all on the right side center of the screen.
So does it appear at this point students have noticed what is happening?
Yes.
States Exhibit 14. What timestamp are we at here?
October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 26 seconds.
Okay. And what's happening in this photograph on the right-hand side?
The right-hand side of the screen, we have another person coming into the picture at the right center screen.
And how is the adult male appear to be holding the young female in this photograph?
At this point, he has her turned around, so he's holding her from behind.
The other students appear to be touching him at this point.
Not yet.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 15. And what timestamp are we looking at here?
October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 45 seconds.
And what's happening in this video?
In this picture here, the adult male is down on the ground. He's holding the female in a chokehold. And we have several other students standing around.
And have you arrived, is it fair to say you've not arrived yet? I mean, the bus is present, but you have not gotten to the scene yet.
That is correct. The bus had stopped. I have not approached the scene.
State's Exhibit 16. Mr. Denicola, do you recognize anyone from this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize, sir?
I recognize myself right there wearing the high visibility vest.
Okay, and what else is happening in this photo?
In this photo, I'm bent over the adult male and the female student. I'm at the bottom right-hand center of the screen. And I'm instructing the adult male to let the student go.
And have any of the other adults arrived on the scene yet?
At this time, it did appear that one of the adults did arrive. There was came out of this pickup truck. He was on the left side of the screen.
Okay, let me show you State's Exhibit 17. In State's Exhibit 17, what are we looking at here, sir?
That's on October 18th, 2024. Timestamp is 2:13 and 57 seconds. At this time, I'm actually, you can't really see because the student's standing in the way, but that's when I was trying to break his grasp off of this young student. And then we have this other adult male that was coming running across the road.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 18.
And that's October 18th, 2024. Timestamp is 2:14. And again, right in the center of the screen, right side of the screen. I believe I'm still attempting to release the female student from the adult male's grasp. We have several students standing around watching.
State's Exhibit 19.
It's timestamp October 18th, 2024, 2:14 and 10 seconds. And in the same spot at the lower right-hand center of the screen. This time I'm standing up, which was right after I got the adult male to release his grip on the female student. And the spectator came running across the road. He's on the left center side of the screen.
Okay. So there is essentially another adult that has arrived, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 20. And what time is this at?
It's October 18th, 2024 at 2:14 and 52 seconds.
And have you left the scene at this point?
I have left the scene of the actual incident there, the center right-hand side of the screen, and I was headed back towards my bus.
Okay. Switching views to State's Exhibit 21. What date, timestamp, and view are we looking at on State's Exhibit 21?
This is October 18th, 2024 at 2:13 and 21 seconds.
And Mr. Denicola, what is happening here at the top, I would say top center of that photograph?
At the top center of the photograph, that's that fight that's going on between the adult male and the students.
State's Exhibit 22. Same question?
Yes, center of the screen. In the middle, it's the fight still going on between the student and the adult male.
State's Exhibit 23. Where are we looking at in the, just to the right of the upper center?
That's still the fight going on again with the male and the students, I believe.
And is the young female already down on the ground at that point? Here?
Yes.
And moving to State's Exhibit 28. Which camera view are we looking at here?
This is the curbside camera, front curbside camera.
And what date timestamp is that?
The date timestamp is October 18th, 2024 at 2:15 and 53 seconds.
And are you pulling away from the school at this point?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have most of that, most of the students cleared out of that space but the adults remained?
That is correct.
Do you see the adult male that you've referred to as being involved in the initial altercation present?
Yes, I do. On the bottom left side of the screen here, he's on the floor. He's laying on the ground, and another male is over him, appears to be restraining him.
Okay. Is that the same male that was restraining him that you've testified about earlier?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 30. What are we looking at here?
That's timestamp October 18, 2024, at 2:15 and 56 seconds. That's the street side of the bus front camera.
And what is depicted, I would say, on the right-hand side of that photograph?
Right-hand side of the photograph, center of the screen, is a pickup truck from which the gentleman that was restraining the adult male in the fight came out of this pickup truck right here, center of the screen, right side of the screen.
And State's Exhibit 31. Mr. Denicola, what are we looking at here?
That's timestamp October 18, 2024, at 2:14 and 4 seconds.
And Mr. Denicola, do you recognize the individual pictured on the left, I would say about center of the photographed left-hand side?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's the gentleman that came running from across the street. I call him a spectator.
He was essentially the third male adult to come to that scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Denicola, based on your observations of that scene, your observations of the adult male, and your experience there, would the older man have let go of the young girl without intervention from you?
Sustained.
Mr. Denicola, was the older man letting go of the young female without the intervention of you and the other adult male?
No, he was not.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Denicola.
Good morning.
A couple of questions for you. Is it fair to say that prior to the few seconds that we saw in the video of the bus approaching that bus stop, that you didn't see anything that was happening?
That is correct.
All right. I wanted to show you, one other thing. You mentioned in your testimony at some point that it was, that the older man and the female fell to the ground. You remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you've seen the video since, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you say fell to the ground, is that in your opinion, is that an accurate description of what you saw in the video?
From looking at the video, describing what I had seen, it appeared that he had grabbed the female and they did fall back onto the ground.
Okay. So let me show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 501. And this, as we're looking through the videos, we can stop frame by frame.
Yes.
So this video, if I may hand that to you, or excuse me, that photo, if I can have you just look at that.
Yes.
You see that photo is essentially one frame after State's Exhibit number, where the State's Exhibits go? I believe it's 14, but let me just make sure here. Yeah, I'm gonna hand you, just for comparison, State's Exhibit number 14.
Okay.
Does that look to be about the next frame after?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And, Your Honor, if I could move to Exhibit number 501.
Any objection, Mr. Leary? Ms. Stone?
No, Your Honor.
501 shall be admitted.
And at this time, I move to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay. Now, just so the jury knows, these do not have a date and time stamp, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But we've identified it's in the same sequence of pictures that we looked at previously.
Yes.
Okay. And so, I'm looking at this exhibit, which follows in time Exhibit 14, and what I see is the adult male and the female still standing up, right?
Correct.
And it appears that there's the young teenager with the Nike backpack there is running right at him, right?
Yes.
And he's got his arm raised on the right side. You see that? His right arm, right there?
Right there, yes.
Yeah. And so we'll watch the video, but in this, it looks like everybody's on their feet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when we watch the video, I think what we're going to see is we're going to see Mr.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll watch the video. Sorry, Your Honor. We'll watch the video and watch what happens next. Okay. So let me grab the video here. We're going to go back to State's Exhibit number 34. If everything works as planned.
And you're requesting to publish it?
Yes, if I may publish 34 again, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Hang on just a minute. Let me make sure I get everything in the right order here before we start it. Let me load this up real quick. Okay. Madam Clerk, if you could. Oh, sorry. Okay, and so this is back to the video now. Sure. Okay. If you don't mind, I'm going to have to talk from over here. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so this is the video. This is 2:13:25. Okay?
Yes.
Let's run this forward. I'm going to use a little slower time on this. Now, can you describe to us what you see? Who is in the right side of the screen there coming in? Can you see that?
Entering the screen, I see the young adult male.
And
I mean,
that's
the young teenage male.
right on the right side of the screen, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, let's just play this at a little slower speed. Can you tell what speed this is going at?
If you move the, yes, it's 1/4 speed,
Okay.
0.25.
Let's run this through. Stop it right there. Now, we just
Can you
saw,
indicate the time that you stopped it at?
yeah,
please?
this is 2:13:26.7. I think it's looking at there. Did you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, now, as you view that, did it look to you like the adult male and the younger female fell to the ground?
It appears to me that they're starting to fall to the ground, yes.
Okay, and did you see them being approached by the young male at a rapid pace?
Yes, I do.
And did it appear he ran right into him?
It does look like he appeared to run right into the backside of him.
Okay. And do you think that might have affected their ability to stay on their feet?
Looking at the direction that the young male was running, I'm actually surprised that they didn't fall forward.
Okay. But they did fall down,
They fell backwards, yes,
and there was contact.
yes.
All right. Now, there's a tree right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's back it up just a little bit here. Now, watch as he approaches there, before he hits them, the young man in the Nike backpack. And watch that tree in the background, if you would. I'm going to stop this at 2:13:28. Did you see that tree?
Yes, I did.
Did it look like they maybe ran into the tree?
Yes, it does.
And which may explain why they didn't fall the other direction, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in the state's still exhibits, there was a
I'm sorry, can you indicate what time you stopped the video
Oh, I'm
this
sorry.
second time?
2:13:28. They had showed two timestamp photos. One was Exhibit 14, which was 2:13:25, and the next one was Exhibit 15, was 2:13:45. Okay? I wanted to just watch the 19 seconds, if we can, between those two. And I'm stopping the video now at the 2:13:44 mark. Mr. Denicola, how would you describe what we saw in that scene, in that 19-second period?
What I saw during that time frame was the other students coming in and hitting the adult male.
Okay, did you see him kicking him as well?
Yes, I did.
And did you see where they were kicking him?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
They were kicking him in the head.
And so, it would seem that there was quite a bit of an attack going on there against the adult man, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I noted in your testimony you didn't mention any of that,
Right.
okay? Were you advised not to mention that?
No.
You just chose not to?
I didn't want to, I was trying not to embellish anything, so I was just saying what I saw.
Okay. You were in the bus during this period of time?
At that point, yes, I was still in the bus.
Okay. So the same view you had of the initial few seconds was the same through this entire period you just watched?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the kids that were riding the bus that day, are those regular bus riders?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Do you know them by name?
I do not.
Okay. But you recognize them when you see them?
Yes, I do.
After you said you got in there and got the arm to release off the young female, did you see the defendant move after that?
He rose his hands pretty much up towards his chest in a compliant manner.
Okay.
Like he was no longer resisting or was not going to put up any fight.
And so he's laying there kind of on his side, right?
At this point, yes, he is.
Okay. And he kind of stayed that way until you drove away, right?
No, I believe he was laying on, because the other gentleman was on top of him, holding him down, that arrived on scene after I separated them. So he appeared to be pretty much on his back, holding his hands up like this, like, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Thank you.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
How do you like your new job?
I love my new job.
Why do you love it?
Because as a transit ambassador, now I get to ride in the back of the bus with the passengers. It's pretty much customer service, making sure the passengers are getting to their destinations, they know where they're going, and also a rule enforcement officer as well.
So are you doing more rule enforcement or more helping out?
It's a new program that just went live about 2 weeks ago. I've been doing mainly a lot of customer service. There's been a few rule enforcement issues that I had to deal with.
Is it hard to have somebody else drive it?
No, it actually it's pretty nice.
Okay. I just have just a couple of questions for you. So you described kind of what you saw with respect to the students and the adult male, correct?
Yes.
And the female,
Yes.
correct? And you later described the arrival of 2 women wearing headscarves, correct?
Correct.
And the first one you saw was somebody who you described as filming.
Yes.
And then you described a second woman who was then holding the young woman that you described in this incident after being released by the adult male.
Yes.
There's a lot of descriptions without names, but is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we had a chance to talk at the break, correct?
Yes.
And so we watched the video to see if we could see kind of the arrival of the women. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is visible in the video, but maybe not as clear on the big screen. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. So, and we were able to kind of piece together based on the still shots, correct?
Yes.
And we kind of timed it with the individual coming out of the truck. Fair?
Yes.
Okay, so if I put up Exhibit 16. Okay. There we go. All right, so this is State's Exhibit 16, the still shot up on the camera. And we see 21354. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we see the truck parked in the turn lane, correct?
That is correct.
And we can see an individual just emerging from the truck.
That is correct.
Okay. And so we know that the altercation has been going on for some time leading up to this, correct?
Yes.
And we know that because we saw the video, right?
Right.
And we also know it's at the point where you have emerged from the coach,
Yes.
and we know that because we see an individual with the
High visibility safety vest.
high
Yes.
visible safety vest. Okay. All right. So taking that off of the screen, and now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 17. And that is not straight. Let's see, there we go. And we see that is at 21357, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then we see this individual who we're going to learn his identity later running across the street, correct?
Yes.
And you are leaning down, going hands-on at this point, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the next one, so that was 57, correct? 57 seconds?
Yes.
And then the next one is 21400.
Please indicate the exhibit number that you're publishing.
Absolutely, Your Honor. So the next one is Exhibit 18. And that is at 21400, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see that you are still leaning over hands-on, correct?
Yes.
And I see an individual standing with almost looks like a camouflage hat towards the back of the crowd.
Yes. Right there.
And that is the individual who has run across the street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in watching the video, we were able to determine about a second before this exhibit, 18, was the arrival of the women, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we now know prior to 213:59, there's the altercation, correct?
Yes.
You arrive, correct?
Yes.
The individual comes across the street, correct?
Yes.
And then at this point moving forward, the women have arrived. Is that
That's
fair?
correct, yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, this is, you and I walked through this, but this is what you observed, correct?
Yes.
Both in real time and on these pictures, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you described on direct that the second woman who was holding this young girl after she had been freed, you described her as simply holding her around her waist,
That is correct.
and that she appeared to be fine at that point.
Yes.
Okay. So then, after your intervention and the intervention of the passerby,
Yes,
this girl is freed, correct?
correct.
He is restrained by the passerby,
Yes,
does not appear to be resisting, correct?
that's correct.
Didn't say anything further.
No,
She's being held by her mom, or, I'm sorry, she's being held by the woman, correct?
correct,
Okay. And at this point, you know that law enforcement is on its way,
correct.
and you then return to your coach, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you did that because it felt like the situation was over at that point, correct?
That is correct.
The individual involved in the fight was being restrained, correct?
Correct.
And there was no other assaultive behavior that you witnessed.
That is correct.
And if that wasn't the case, you would have stayed, right?
That is correct.
And you left because you felt like the situation had resolved, correct?
That is correct.
And that authorities were on their way,
Correct.
and that the situation was over.
Correct. My main objective was to get the bus out of the way so first responders can get on scene.
Okay, okay. But if it was still, if fights were still going on, if she was still in danger, you were going to stick around, right?
That is correct. If I felt that she was still in danger, I would have brought her onto my bus and shut the bus.
Okay. Is that part of your training?
That is.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Stone, redirect.
Mr. Denicola, Mr. Kading asked you some questions about how the female ended up on the ground. First of all, how many times did you see the female on the ground?
Just the one time.
Okay, when the bus was initially pulling up and the initial fight was breaking out, when the initial scuffle or, I can't remember if you said scuffle or struggle.
Motion of yeah, something like that.
Okay. When that initially occurred, as the adult male was punching the young male, where was the young female?
The young female was off to the side.
Okay. And was she standing up or was she on the ground getting off of the ground?
She was standing up.
Okay. Show you states, may I publish on it?
You may.
Show you States Exhibit 7 again, Mr. Denicola. And can you say States Exhibit 7?
State Exhibit 7.
States Exhibit 7?
States Exhibit 7.
Yeah. Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And previously, you talked about what was happening on the right-hand side of this photograph. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you talked about the young male that I'm pointing to on the right, I would say center right, the young female, and the adult male. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And moving to States Exhibit 8. Where is the young female in this photograph? Is she standing up or is she lying down?
She's lying down.
How did she end up on the ground based on your observations?
She must have been pushed or
Well, let's
tripped.
go back to States Exhibit 7. Whose hands on her when she's going down?
The adult male's hand is on her.
Okay? And you described earlier the adult male as later grabbing her by the clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's look at States Exhibit 10. Has she gotten back up on her feet or is attempting to get back up on her feet in this photograph?
It appears that she's attempting to get back up.
Okay? And by States Exhibit 12, how would you describe what looks like the stability of her and the adult male?
It looks like he has a hold of her, and she's still crouched over. She was unable to get fully erect, stand up straight.
Sure. And when we look at States Exhibit 14, how would you describe the stability of the adult male and the young female in that photograph, or still shot?
Well, the adult male still, he appears to be stable. You can't see the young female very well here.
So previously you described, and I believe your testimony to Mr. Kading when he asked, is that they appeared to be already going down on their own. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so other individuals may have joined that process. Is that fair to say? But is it your testimony that they were not standing up and stable then at the time that those individuals joined that?
By looking at the picture, the still photo, you can see his knees are bent here, so no.
Thank you. And Mr. Kading asked you why you didn't talk about number of strikes or kicking. Is that actually an accurate reflection of your testimony? Or did you in fact talk about that during your testimony?
I believe I did.
Well, and was one of the questions from the state to you whether the interventions of the children were effective? And what was your answer?
Yes, that was a question, and that the interventions were ineffective.
Okay, so you did in fact talk about that during your testimony, and you talked about these 19 seconds, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did we watch those 19 seconds?
We did.
Okay. And based on your observations of the children's attempt to intervene in the choking of the young female, were their interventions effective?
No, it was not.
Mr. Leary then asked you about the location of the arms of the adult female. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And initially during your direct examination, you indicated you thought they were around her waist. Is that correct? And when I say direct examination, that means when I'm asking questions.
Right. Where the adult male's hands were?
No, where the adult female.
Oh, yes. Yes, the female, yes. It was
Okay.
around her waist.
And at the end of direct examination, when I asked you, are you certain you know where her arms were? What was your answer?
I believe so.
Okay. And who was your attention on?
I was focused on the adult male and on the female's face.
Okay. And do you know what happened after you left that scene?
I heard what happened after I left that scene.
So do you know, though? Did you physically see it?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, any recross examination? No. Mr. Leary, any recross examination? May this witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading? No. Mr. Leary?
Sir, you are excused and you may step down. You're free to go or remain however you so desire.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call your next witness, please. You may. Please. While we're waiting for the next witness to come into the courtroom, if you would like to stand, just move around a little bit, you are welcome to do so. Come up here. And please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Sopal Hyung. Last name spelled Heang.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of Lacey Police Department.
Okay, and how long have you been employed with the Lacey Police Department?
Approximately 5 years.
And Officer Hang, what kind of training did you undergo to become a law enforcement officer?
I underwent the 720 hours of basic law enforcement academy, and that was at the Washington State Criminal Justice Training Center. And then upon being certified as a peace officer, I've been on patrol the entire career where we do annual training.
Okay, and what were some of the things that were taught during these 720 hours at the academy?
So we did criminal procedures, criminal law. There was firearms training, emergency driving or EVOC, what we know it to be. There's defense tactics, patrol tactics, crisis response, CPR, things of that nature.
And what are some of your responsibilities as a patrol officer?
Well, first priority is call for services. So as a patrol officer, any types of call that comes in, it's our responsibility. We have beats, so in Lacey we have 3, so we're assigned a specific beat, and our responsibility is whatever call comes out is to take care of that call. In addition to that is if there's proactive policing, so when there's not call volumes or calls, it's kind of expected to kind of be proactive, so deter crime, look for suspicious activities, anything of that nature, and then On top of that, community policing. So that's just business checks, engaging with the community in a positive light.
Okay, Officer Hain, you testified a moment ago that the Lacey Police Department have 3 beats. What do you mean by beats?
That's just jurisdictional boundaries. So we have the Adam area, the Boyer, and the Charles area. It's just how it's separated
Okay.
within the city.
In the Adam area, which part of Lacey does that entail?
So that's from boundaries, kind of where the train trestle off of Rainier Road. So that's kind of the south boundary up until 22nd Ave.
And what about the, I believe you said the Boyd area, which part of Lacey does that entail?
So that's kind of more central towards the police station. So from 22nd Ave southeast up until 15th Ave northeast, or kind of by North Thurston High School.
Okay, and what about the Charlie district? Which area of Lacey does that entail?
That'll be Hawkesbury area. So kind of a lot of the newer development, a lot of the warehouses that are out there.
Okay, and as a patrol officer, when you're on duty, are you assigned to a specific area or do you patrol all within the city limits of Lacey?
We are assigned. It doesn't mean that you cannot, I mean, you can assist as needed in the other beats or jurisdiction, but we are assigned a specific jurisdiction area.
Okay, and were you working on October 18th of 2024?
I was.
And were you working as a patrol officer on that day?
I was.
And which jurisdiction of Lacey were you assigned to?
That I was the Adam car.
Okay, and what, if anything, and let me ask you a different question. What was your shift that day?
I was starts at 6:30 a.m. and it ends at 5:10 p.m.
Okay. And what, if anything, occurred at approximately 14:15 hours or 2:15 p.m. That day?
So we received a disturbance call at Timberline High School.
And when you say we, who are you referring to?
I guess that Lacey Police Department, specifically in the Adam area.
Okay. And did you yourself respond to the call?
I did.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you initially observe when you arrived at the scene at 2:20 p.m.?
As I approached, so there was a circle of individuals, but as I approached, there was one subject, male subject, that had another male subject pinned on the ground.
Okay. And the male subject that was pinned on the ground, were you able to ascertain his identity at some point?
I was.
And what was his name?
Ihsan Ali.
Okay. And prior to you having contact with Mr. Ali in front of the bus stop, did you have contact with Mr. Ali earlier that day?
I did.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that contact?
Prior that day, I had gone to his residence as he had reported his daughter as a runaway.
Okay. And what was the name of his daughter? And on October 18th of 2024, were you the first law enforcement officer to arrive at the bus stop scene?
I was.
Okay.
And Ms. Zoe, I know we just got started, but it's noon, and so we are going to take our break. Members of the jury, thank you so much for your time and attention this morning. We will be on break or recess until 1:30 this afternoon. The bailiff will tell you when they request you be back here so that they can have you in the jury room and bring you back in at 1:30. Please remember all of my instructions. The bailiffs would come forward and lead the jury back. Thank you, Mr. Kading. Mr. Larry, thank you. Please bring the jury in. Yes, please. An officer could come through the middle, but you can come forward, please. And you're welcome to come forward and have a seat. Yes. Please be seated. Members of the jury, at this time, we are going to proceed with the direct examination of the witness. Ms. Zoe, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Officer Hang, earlier when you testified, you mentioned that earlier in the morning hours of October 18th, you had taken a call at the Ollie's residence regarding a runaway. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe you testified earlier that when you arrived at the Ollie residence, you had contacted Mr. Ollie.
I did.
Okay. And during your conversation with Mr. Ollie, when he reported his daughter Fatima as a runaway, did he at that time had an idea on who she might have been with when she ran away?
Yes.
And who did Mr. Ollie think that his daughter was with?
He believed her to be with Isaiah.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with Mr. Ali about his thoughts on the fact that he believed that Fatima was with Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that? Can you describe the conversation, please?
Yes. So he explained to me the last time that he had located Fatima in kind of a similar incident, that he had located her at Isaiah's parents' house.
Okay. And then fast forward, when you indicated that when you arrived at the scene of the bus stop, you observed that Mr. Ali was pinned down on the ground. I believe that was your testimony. Is that right?
Correct.
And after your arrival, did you separate him from the group of people that was gathering around at that point?
I did.
And Fatima Ali, when you arrived at the scene of the bus stop, was she present?
No.
Okay. And what about Isaiah Williams? Was he present at the bus stop when you arrived on scene?
No.
Okay. And during the course of your investigation, were you able to determine where Fatima and Isaiah were when you arrived at the bus stop?
I did.
Okay. And where were they?
They were inside of Timberline High School.
Okay. And then after your arrival to the bus stop scene, at some point the other Lacey officers arrived.
Correct.
And was it one other officer that arrived or several?
Oh, there were several.
Okay. Do you remember approximately how many?
Just to name a few, Sergeant Newcomb, Landworld, Corporal Perneda, Corporal Stanford, it was me, Officer Chavez, Officer Bell, Officer Dawes, and a few others.
Okay.
Officer Beltran.
Okay. And you testified that when you arrived at the bus stop, there was a group of individuals that was at the bus stop already. Did they appear to you to be students or were they adults?
At that time, I couldn't tell. I think there was a mixture of both.
Okay. And did any of the officers speak to any of the individuals that were at the bus stop?
They did.
Okay. And who was the officer that spoke with some of the individuals?
Officer Chavez and Officer Bell spoke with some of those folks.
Okay. And then you testified that when you got to the bus stop, you learned that Fatima and Isaiah were inside Timberline High School. Do you know if any officers spoke with them?
Yes.
And who was that spoke with them?
It was School Resource Officer Beltran.
Okay. And the individual that was holding Mr. Ali down when you first arrived at the bus stop, who was that individual?
That was Mr. Wagner.
And did you at some point speak to Mr. Wagner?
I did.
And did he, without going into what he specifically told you, was he able to sort of tell you what his observations were of what had occurred at the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that Officer Beltran was the officer that spoke with Fatima and Isaiah when they were contacted at Timberline High School. Do you know whether after Officer Beltran spoke to them, whether he updated you on what Fatima and Isaiah had told him about what had occurred?
He did.
Okay. And did your involvement in this case conclude at that point, after you spoke with Mr. Wagner at the bus stop?
They did not.
Okay, and where did you go next?
Later that evening, I went to St. Peter's Hospital.
Okay, and what was the purpose of going to St. Peter's Hospital?
It was to speak with CPS and to get a recorded statement from Fatima herself.
Okay, and where did you contact Fatima?
I was in the emergency department.
Okay. You're under permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Hang, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a photo of Fatima at the hospital.
And does Exhibit 35, the photo of Fatima, does that accurately depict the condition that she was in when you interviewed her?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers permission to evidence Exhibit 35.
Any objection, Mr. Keating? Mr. Larry? Number 35 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Officer Hang, showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 35, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
That's a photo of Fatima.
Okay, and when you indicated that you contacted Fatima in the emergency department at St. Peter's Hospital, did you contact her in a room in the emergency department or sort of just in the lobby area?
It was in that room.
Okay, and then what was her demeanor like when you spoke with her?
Pretty weak, pretty tired.
Okay, and what did you hear or observe that made you think that she was weak and tired?
When we started the interview, she was just very soft-spoken, had a little bit of a raspy voice, and I had to continually kind of move my phone closer and closer to her so I can get a good recorded statement.
Okay. And without telling the jury what Fatima said during your interview with her, was she able to tell you what had transpired on October 18th, the letter to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay, and without telling the jury what she said to you, was she also able to relate to you whether she had any pains or injuries?
Yes.
Okay, and after contacting Fatima at the hospital, did you contact anyone else?
I did.
And who did you make contact with?
Later that evening, CPS arrived, and then as well as Isaiah and his mom.
Okay, and did you, when Isaiah and his mother arrived at the hospital, did you also speak to them?
I did.
And when you spoke with Isaiah, what, if anything, did he provide you or did he show you?
He showed me a video of the incident
The incident that happened where?
at Timberline High School.
Okay. And did you, were you able to obtain a copy of that video?
I did.
Okay. And after speaking with Isaiah and his mother, what did you do after that?
I transferred custody to CPS, and I cleared the scene at
Okay.
the hospital.
Who did you transfer custody to CPS to?
Fatima.
Okay. And Officer Hang, are you also aware of a no contact or a temporary protection order that was entered that related to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Under permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Hang, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. If you could look at that exhibit and let me know when you're done looking through it.
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, and do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And what is it?
It's a temporary protection order and hearing notice.
Okay, and if you could turn to the very back of that order, does that order appear to be certified?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibit 36.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
36 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hain, before I publish Exhibit 36, let me ask you just a few more follow-up questions. Exhibit 36, does that temporary protection order have personal information of different parties that is indicated on the order?
Yes.
Okay, and does it include individuals' date of birth?
Yes.
Okay. And does it also include their address?
Yeah, so the one that I looked at, yep.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 36.
You may publish.
I'm showing you what's been marked as what is page 1 of Exhibit 36. Officer Hain, can you tell the jury where this order was issued from?
It was Superior Court of Washington, County of Thurston.
Okay. And then can you indicate, according to the order, when the order was issued? Okay, I'm going to move it just a little bit.
Okay, so October 14th, 2024.
Okay. And then how long is the order to last?
Till the hearing date, so October 24th, 2024.
Okay. And who was the petitioner that was seeking? Respondent, who is that? Who is listed as a respondent or the restrained party in this case?
Zara Ali.
Okay. And who does the protection order protect? Who is prohibited from having contact with Isaiah according to this temporary protection order?
Zara Ali.
Okay. I'm showing you the bottom of page 4 of Exhibit 36. Does it, besides prohibiting Mrs. Ali from contacting Isaiah, does it also indicate any locations that she is prohibited from contacting?
Yes.
And what are those locations? Officer Hang, do you know whether this temporary protection order was ultimately served on Mrs. Ali?
I do,
Okay, and how do you know that it was served on Mrs. Ali?
because I served it.
Okay, And after you served the temporary protection order, did you also have to file a proof of service?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37. If you could look through that exhibit and let me know when you're done looking through it.
I'm done.
Okay, and do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And what is it?
This is a proof of service.
Okay, and if you could flip to the very back of Exhibit 37, does that appear to be a certified copy of the proof of service?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibit 37.
Any objection, Mr. Kading? No. Mr. O'Leary? 37 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hang, just a few more follow-up questions before I publish Exhibit 37. Does Exhibit 37 also contain personal identifying information of individuals listed on this proof of service?
It does.
Okay. Showing you page 1 of Exhibit 37. Can you tell the jury when the order was served?
It was served October 16th, 2024.
Okay. And who did you serve the order on?
It was served to Zara Ali.
Okay. And then where did you serve the order? Mrs. Ali, what was her reaction?
She seemed a little surprised by it.
Okay. And was your service of the temporary protection order also captured on your body-worn camera?
It was.
Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Hang, handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
Okay, and what is Exhibit 38?
It was a copy of my body cam.
Okay, and is what's contained on Exhibit 38 a accurate, what's contained on Exhibit 38, does it accurately depict the conversation you had with Mrs. Ali when you served on her the temporary protection order?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission into evidence Exhibit 38.
Any objection, Mr. Kading? Mr. O'Leary? 38 shall be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hang, before publishing this exhibit, just a few more follow-up questions. When you served the order on Mrs. Ali, was someone else from the household also present?
Yes.
And do you know what the relationship was between Mrs. Ali and that individual?
I do.
And what was their relationship?
It was Mrs. Ali's daughter.
Okay. Was it Fatima Ali?
No.
Okay.
So I have some court documents here that I need to get to. You know what this is about for any reason? You're not in trouble. So it sounds like somebody filed a petition for an anti-harassment against you. You know anything about that? So you can take a look at it, right? So it's a temporary protection order. I don't know if you know these folks at all. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm assuming maybe I don't know if you know these folks. So it's saying like don't make contact with these people in any way. Don't call them, talk to them.
That's what it's about?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you do, then you're subject to like arrest, right?
So this person goes with my sister, her daughter.
Okay. Goes
to school.
Or something
Yeah.
happened.
Something happened, yeah.
So something happened with the school, so now where the parents want to get involved and they're saying,
Did you come on the phone to school, I said?
You can look at it, so if you look at the petition, what they wrote in the back.
You from school?
Me?
Yes.
No, from Lacey Police.
Okay, and then something why you tell me for this. Then she not going to school anymore.
Okay, which is fine. If she's not going to school anymore, then you,
Yes.
yeah, just whatever you do, don't talk to these people.
I'm not talking.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know you should move
so
on.
this position, do we have to go to court for this?
Yeah, it looks like there's a hearing, right? So 24th.
24th.
If she wants to contest it, right? If she says, I don't care, because this is a temporary, so it's just viewed up into the court date, so it's like 2 weeks usually.
Is it is it required or is there an option for her to not to go?
I would call these numbers.
Okay.
If you don't go, the protection order will be, usually it'll be granted, so it'll say for a year or whatever. So this is a temporary, if she doesn't go, she doesn't contest it, they'll say, okay, it's permanent, so now you cannot ever get in contact with these people, can't talk to them, can't email them, anyway. Does that make sense? I mean, they'll know better if you call those numbers.
Okay, so. These people, the family,
Yeah.
family,
Yeah,
they tell you call.
they go to the courts, yeah, the courts give it to us if you need it.
Okay.
Alright, so right now it's civil, it's nothing criminal, but if you violate it by contacting or making any contact, then it is criminal, right? So you could go to jail if you come in
She
contact.
or my dog, her dog.
It's, the petition is between them and your mom, it looks
Oh,
like.
and her?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's your chance to go to the court and tell them this is what happened, you know.
Okay, and also if you don't go, then it would say that you cannot come again.
Yeah, if you don't go, you choose not to go, saying you're not gonna contest it, then it'll, instead of a temporary, like, it'll be a permanent thing, so you can never contact those people.
Okay. Who then is not coming here?
Yeah, they shouldn't, but it's not.
If you come here, what they do?
You can call us, yeah. If they come here to start an argument, something, you don't want them, if this is your property, your house, so yeah, you can call us and tell them to get off first, right? Tell them to leave. If they refuse to leave, then yeah, call us and,
Yeah.
because this is your house and you have a right to be here and to be at peace in your own place,
How
so,
many times they come here?
yeah. So, okay.
So it's not a jail thing.
Not at this time, but again, if you violate it, then it does become a jail thing, right? So,
Yeah, I think I'm looking at it. Oh, I think I'm considered that she wants to be here. I have class later. I just try to explain it to her. Okay, but I think I got it.
yeah, have her read it through all the way, right?
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. A few questions. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to clarify, on the 18th of October, you were on shift at what time?
I started at 6:30.
Okay. And you remember the first call you got from Mr. Ali regarding his daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to the house and talk to him?
I believe I started with a phone call first.
Okay. Do you recall what time that was?
I don't.
Okay. Was it fairly soon after you started on shift that morning?
Could have been 8 or 9, I believe.
Okay. And at that time, he indicated to you he was concerned that his daughter was missing?
Correct.
Okay. And did you talk to him about looking for his daughter?
I did.
Okay. And when you told him that, did he say he was going to be looking for his daughter?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. So, did he ask you what his options were?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did he inquire of you if you had options?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if we could have a sidebar for one moment, please.
All right. Members of the jury, we are going to have a brief Mr. Kading, you may continue.
Thank you. Officer, you then went back to the house a second time? Or you went to the house?
Correct.
After that, is that right?
Correct.
And what time was that?
I can't recall, maybe 10, 11.
Okay. During the morning, did you make any attempts to locate Fatima?
I did.
Okay. And what attempts did you make?
I checked Isaiah's house, contacted his mom, contacted Timberline High School, and then he also mentioned that she was in the area.
Call for hearsay.
Sustained as to non-responsive as to what was said.
Okay, so you said you checked Isaiah's house, Timberline High School. Where else did you look?
Safeway.
And when you contacted Timberline High School, did you talk to anyone there?
I didn't specifically. Isaiah's mom was on the phone while I was at her house.
Okay, you said you contacted Timberline High School.
I'll rephrase. I was on scene at Isaiah's mom's house when she called to check. So it was believed.
Objection. Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay, let me see if we can clarify this. So did you personally call Timberline High School?
I did not.
Okay. Did anyone from Timberline High School personally contact you?
No.
All right. And so is it fair to say then up until 2 o'clock approximately you did not know where Fatima was that day?
Correct.
When you filed the report with, did you file a report with your office regarding either a runaway or a missing person?
Yes.
What did you file?
I had dispatch first put her in as a runaway.
Okay.
NCIC, WASIC. And then I requested that they send out an attempt to locate. So if any law enforcement agency contacted someone that, given that description and or run a name, that they would come back as a runaway.
Okay. And you did that at what time?
I don't recall.
Was it before 10 o'clock?
No, I don't
it-
believe so.
So was it before noon?
I don't recall.
You don't recall when you put that in?
I don't.
Okay. All right. And you went through, noted on direct examination, you've gone through a bunch of training, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of the parts of your training learning what something called Petechia is?
Not at Academy, no.
Okay. Have you had subsequent training regarding what Petechia is?
Just basic.
Okay, basic. Where did you have the training?
At the police station.
Okay. And who gave you training on that?
I don't recall.
Was it a doctor?
I don't believe so.
Was it an officer?
I don't recall.
Okay. But you know what Petechia is, apparently?
Just some signs of it.
Okay. I'm noting in your report, we can pull this out for you. Hang on just a minute. Look at that. Airplane number 503. Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
Officer, I'm going to hand you a copy of this document noted as defendant exhibit 503. Take a look at that. Look at that. Tell me what that is.
Appears to be my police narrative.
Thank you. Does it look like one that you wrote?
Yes.
Okay. Just gonna note. Paragraph, let's call it 5 because there's one sentence at the top. Can you read that paragraph for me?
I asked Fatima about.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Not asking a question yet, Your Honor.
Just a moment. There is an objection. I'll sustain the objection. He's just asking you to read it to yourself,
Oh,
and then he'll ask you a question.
thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so officer, did you get a chance to read that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay, and you specifically note in there that you went to see Fatima at the hospital on the night of the 18th, right?
Correct.
And you specifically note in there that you saw no signs of petechia.
Correct.
Okay, so you know what petechia is,
I do.
and you've been trained on that.
For signs of it, yes.
Okay, and signs of petechia tend to appear when somebody has been strangled, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so, given what you knew about this case, you went and looked for those signs,
Correct.
and you did not see any.
Can you rephrase that?
You didn't see any signs of petechia.
Not at that moment.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Could you return the exhibit to the clerk, please? Thank you. Mr. Larry, cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. You have been a patrol officer for how many years?
Approximately 5 years.
All with the city of Lacey?
Correct.
You enjoy it?
Yeah.
What, do you rotate shifts during the days, at nights? How's that work?
No, it's we bid once a year, so just depending on what you bid at the beginning of the year.
Do you have a preference?
I mean, pros and cons to each shift.
Okay. So you were a patrol officer on October 18th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And we've heard about your actions kind of throughout the day. Responded to a telephone call, is that correct?
Correct.
And how did that call come to you?
So earlier I talked about beats, or districts, so that it was assigned to me based on my patrol area for that morning.
So is it that a call comes into dispatch and then they connect to the
Correct.
patrol officer?
Correct.
And so this was a situation that could be handled over the telephone, in theory, as opposed to responding to a scene, correct?
Yes, dispatch will ask, and it depends on what the reporting party is requesting. And there's phone contacts or in-person contact.
Okay. So we heard about the phone contact, and then it didn't end there. There was an in-person contact, correct?
Correct.
And then you conducted additional follow-up based on those two citizen contacts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then were you specifically assigned to respond to Timberline High School based on your prior involvement during the day?
I was not.
So just by happenstance, call goes out, you happen to be the first one there, and you suddenly realize that this is related to what you previously were
Correct.
working on.
Correct.
Okay. So then the difference between a patrol officer and a detective, if you had to summarize that for the jury, you would say what? In terms of duties and jobs and responsibilities.
I would just. I think they have more specific training, and they have, I guess, more time to do additional follow-ups, as we're a patrol where sometimes can jump from call to call.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but so like as a patrol officer, you get, on this instance, you were sent in disturbance at Timberline High School, you respond, correct?
Correct.
And so your job is to be there. Well, disturbance can mean a lot of different things, right?
Correct.
And you don't necessarily know what you're walking into, correct?
Correct.
So you're trying to figure out, okay, who do I need to talk to?
Yes.
Whose contact information do I need to preserve?
Yes.
Do I need to separate people?
Correct.
Do I need additional officers to respond?
Correct.
So when you got there, you could see that there was a civilian holding down Mr. Ali, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Ali didn't appear to be resisting or fighting, correct?
Correct.
And you presumably knew that they were fellow officers on their way.
Correct.
So, at least from your initial impression, the situation appeared to be somewhat stabilized, right?
Yes.
No active fighting, correct?
Correct.
There were witnesses around who were at least potentially willing to speak with law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
You were able to determine where Fatima was, where Fatima was and Isaiah, correct?
Correct.
Or at least you were told where you could potentially find them, right?
Yeah. Yes.
you made contact with the Wagners, correct?
Yes.
And so then you took it upon yourself, so somebody else was going to deal with Mr. Ali, correct?
Well, I did.
Oh, so you, thank you for correcting me. So you placed him under arrest or detained him, or basically took possession of him?
I detained him at that moment.
Okay. You knew that other officers were going to check inside the school, correct?
Yes.
And then over the course of the next minute's time there, you then had contact with the Wagners, correct?
Correct.
And the Wagners were the individuals, civilians who happened to stop, is your understanding, correct?
Correct.
Does somebody need water? I can't see who's. Yeah. All right. So you spoke with them, correct?
Correct.
And you had them there together when you were talking to them, right?
Correct.
They were side by side.
Correct.
Sometimes it makes sense to separate people to keep their stories separate, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, you were speaking to both of them, correct?
Well, initially it was Mr. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner came into contact with us kind of after the fact.
And you got their contact information, correct?
Yes, they completed a written statement.
Okay, but before we got there, you kind of figured out who they were. I don't want to say go into what they told you, but you
Yeah.
basically figured out these people may have some information that could help me,
Correct.
at least help with the investigation.
Correct.
And you handed them witness statement forms that they filled out.
Correct.
And they wrote those statements themselves?
They did.
And then you read them over, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you handed back Mr. Wagner his form and said, hey, I need a little more detail with respect to these particular questions, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he was willing to do that, right?
Yes.
All right. And those statements pertain to Mr. Ali, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. So now I want to talk to, so when you went and saw Fatima at the hospital that night, was that the first time you had sat down and talked with her?
There was.
And you were able to take a recorded interview with her, right?
Correct.
And she was, by all accounts, cooperative with you, correct?
Yes.
And was able to answer your questions and provide you with that information, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you feel like you were able to get the questions answered that you were seeking?
For that specific incident, yes.
And you wanted to have it recorded so that there was kind of, it wasn't just your word as to what she said, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now I want to go back in time to October 16th. We saw the video of you providing a copy of a no contact order, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall having that conversation with Mrs. Ali?
I do.
All right. And so, you were able to sit and listen and watch Exhibit 38, the video, correct?
Yes.
So in that video, you're attempting to talk with Ms. Ali, correct?
Yes.
And it was clear to you that she spoke some English, correct?
Correct.
It was also obvious that English was not her first language, correct?
Correct.
She didn't necessarily understand kind of who you were, correct?
It appeared that way.
She asked, are you with the school, correct?
Correct.
And I assume were you in full uniform?
I was.
All right. And she asked you, kind of, are you coming from the school, correct?
Yes.
And she said, well, my daughter doesn't go to that school anymore, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And had questions about Isaiah's family. Did the family contact you, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, all you were doing was handing over court paperwork, correct?
Correct.
And the sole purpose of that meeting was Exhibit 37, which is the proof of service, correct?
Yes.
You confirmed that the person I handed this to was Zahara Ali, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's really all you were expected to do, correct?
Yes.
Right. So your job is, I'm going to go there, I'm going to hand this person, confirm that this document I'm handing is to the person who is listed as the respondent, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you talked about it with her, correct? We heard and saw the conversation, correct?
Yes.
And you told her that she couldn't call Isaiah, correct?
Yes.
And that she couldn't contact Isaiah, correct?
Yes.
Not to talk to these people, correct?
Correct.
And you also said, don't email, don't talk, correct?
Yes.
You never asked her if she read English, correct?
I did not.
And you saw that there was a potential language barrier, correct?
Correct.
And that is something that you're trained on, right? In terms of interacting with the public.
Correct.
And you have resources available to you, correct?
Correct.
So what's a language line?
It helps translate.
Okay, so explain that to the jury. So if you're on a call and there's a language barrier, and you need to communicate with somebody, what does the language line offer you?
It'd be just a third party person that would help translate the two languages.
Okay, and do you know where that person is from?
Can you rephrase?
I mean, so they're going to connect you with an interpreter in the city of Lacey?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I mean, it could be anywhere, right?
Correct.
And it could be at 1 o'clock in the morning,
Correct.
1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Correct.
All right. And so it gives you the ability to effectively communicate with individuals where English is not their first language, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing that said that it wasn't available to you on October 16th, correct?
Correct.
And so the state had you take a look at the prohibitions on page 4 of 11.
Are you asking to be able to publish a portion of an exhibit?
If we could pull that up, and if I have permission to publish Exhibit 37,
You may.
36.
36.
So are you familiar with these orders?
I am.
Okay. And so you did not go through what is on page 4 of 11 with Ms. Ali, correct?
I did not.
Okay. So you kind of summarized it about, hey, don't call Isaiah, don't contact Isaiah, don't email, don't talk, correct?
Correct.
And so, but it's specific about distance, correct?
Correct.
About a residence, correct?
Correct.
Daycare
Correct.
and a school.
Yes.
And then it references minors named in section 3 above. That box is checked as well.
Yes.
Okay. And had you called the language line, you would have been able to have that conversation with her in her native language, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate taking the time. Thank you.
No problem.
Redirect.
Officer Hain, just wanting to seek some clarification. The morning of October 18th of 2024, when Mr. Ali called to report Fatima as a runaway, was your first conversation with him over the phone or in person?
I believe it was over the phone.
Okay, and then at some point you went out to his residence?
Correct.
And while at his residence, you then had another conversation with him about the runaway call that he reported?
Correct.
Okay. You also, when Mr. was asking you questions on cross-examination, you also talked about entering Fatima as a runaway in NCIC.
Dispatch will let you know. So in case of a runaway, if you had a law enforcement found Fatima in Olympia and ran her name, then they would know that, hey, this subject was reported as a runaway earlier this morning by who, and to contact dad or whoever.
Okay. And is NCIC, is that a national database that law enforcement can access?
Correct.
Okay. And then you also indicated, after mentioning NCIC, you also indicated WASC. What is that?
It's similar, but it's just specific to Washington.
To where?
So the Washington State, it's a more localized but database.
Okay. And when you say it's a similar database, I'm trying to understand your testimony. The WASC is a Washington database where the NCIC is the equivalent, but it's a national database.
Correct.
And if I'm understanding your testimony, then WASC is a database that only law enforcement officers in Washington can access?
Correct.
So if a law enforcement officer, let's say the Thurston County Sheriff's Office, if they decide to run Fatima's name through WASC, it will show up that she is a runaway that was reported out at Lacey Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And did you enter Fatima as a runaway in your system? Well, let me back up for a moment. You testified on cross-examination with Mr. Kading that you don't know the exact time as to when you entered Fatima into the system as a runaway. Was it before your arrival at the bus stop that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kading also asked you some questions on cross-examination about your ability to recognize petechia. Do you remember that line of question? Yes. Okay. And you talked earlier about your training experience in becoming a law enforcement officer. Officer Hang, do you have any medical training and experience?
Yes.
Okay. What is that?
Nothing certified, but just we do monthly trainings at the police station, and there was one that related to strangulation.
Okay. My question is, did you go to any seminars regarding strangulation?
Workshop. I don't know about a seminar.
Okay. Did you attend a 40-hour seminar that medical professionals attend when it comes to conducting strangulation examinations?
No.
Did you go to any seminars that medical professionals attend where it teaches them the signs and symptoms of strangulation?
No.
Okay. And are you a medical doctor?
I'm not.
Okay. And you indicated that when you spoke with Fatima at the emergency room, that at some point you had to get a little bit closer to her because you were having a difficult time hearing her. Is that correct?
Correct.
Approximately how close did you get to her?
I think pretty quickly I put the recorded phone next to her chin.
Okay. But were you yourself right next to her chin?
No.
Okay. And when you were interviewing Fatima, did you at any point ask her to take her clothes off so you can do an examination?
I did not.
Okay. And did you actually did you actually conduct a strangulation exam on Fatima that day?
I did not.
And based on the training that you received at the Lacey Police Department when it comes to strangulation, was it taught that law enforcement should do the strangulation exam, or should that be left to the medical professionals specifically trained to conduct that examination?
It'll be the latter half, the medical professionals.
Okay. And during your interview with Fatima at the emergency room, did she at any point, was she coherent during the whole entire interview?
She was.
Okay. Were there times where she appeared confused at any of the questions that you were asking her?
I don't believe so.
Okay. With regards to, I want to ask you a few questions about the service of the temporary protection order. You watched the service of the temporary protection order earlier on direct examination, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall there was a point when Mrs. Ali was asking you if you were with the school?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified on cross-examination well, let me back up for a moment. Were you in your full uniform that day?
I was.
Okay. And are you aware of what school resource officers are?
Yes.
Okay. And what are school resource officers?
What are they?
Yes.
So they're uniform commissioned officer that is assigned to specific schools.
Okay. And are there specific Lacey police officers that are in fact school resource officers?
There are.
Okay. And I believe earlier on direct examination, you mentioned one of them was Officer Beltran. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And besides Officer Beltran, are there other school resource officers that work for the Lacey Police Department but actually are assigned to the schools?
Yes.
And do you know any of their names?
I do.
And who are they?
School resource officer Howard, and currently right now school resource officer Newcomb.
Okay. And the school resource officers, when they are assigned to a specific school, when they're on shift, are they also what are they typically wearing when they're on shift?
Same uniform
Okay. When you say same uniform as who?
as patrol officers.
Okay. Would it be the same uniform you were wearing the day when you served the temporary protection order?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point during the contact you had with Mrs. Ali when you were serving the protection order, I believe in the video you had indicated to her that if they come to her residence and they don't leave, then she can call law enforcement. Do you remember talking to her about that?
I do.
Okay. And you indicated that to her. What was that in response to?
Her question.
Okay. And what was she asking you?
She asked, is it appropriate for them to come to my residence?
Okay. And the they that you were talking to her about, who's they?
I would assume Isaiah and his parents.
Sustained.
Okay. When you were talking to Mrs. Ali about they coming to her residence, in what context were you talking to her about that?
Well, it sounded like there was an incident
I'm not,
prior.
okay, I'm gonna stop you for a moment. What was the purpose of you being at her residence?
To serve the order.
Okay. And then when you were at her residence, was there also someone else that was talking to you as well?
Yes,
Okay, and during that conversation, did it appear to you that there was a separate conversation that was occurring between Mrs. Ali and her daughter?
yes,
Okay, no further questions.
Recross, Mr. Kading.
Thank you. Just a couple of clarifying questions. You indicated that when you send a report into NCIS and WASC, that's so you can have the parents contacted when their child's found?
no,
That isn't. Okay. So you send in the notification, and then what happens after that? The police know that she's missing, right?
correct.
And if she's reported missing, then they'll know where she is.
Rephrase that, please.
The police will know where she is as soon as they find out from another agency or themselves, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then they call the parents at that point so they can come and pick them up, right?
Correct.
Okay. Because they're children and they're runaways, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Larry Recross.
Just briefly. So if I call and report that my 18-year-old is a runaway, would the procedure be the same?
No,
Because we draw a distinction between someone who's over 18 and under 18, correct?
correct.
Okay, so because the report involves somebody who is under the age of 18, that's why you entered it into NCIC and WASC, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then on the issue of the school resource officer, so the question was, are you with the school, correct?
Yes,
And you said no.
correct.
And you didn't identify yourself as a school resource officer, correct?
Correct.
So your communication to my client was that this had nothing to do with the school, correct?
I don't know if I understand that question.
Well, she asked you, are you with the school? You said no, correct?
Correct.
You never told her to stay away from the school, correct?
Correct.
And that this all had to do with Isaiah and his family and to not have contact with them, Isaiah individually, correct?
Correct.
So she asked you, is this about the school? And you said no.
I don't know if I specifically said no.
Okay. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But she said, are you with the school? And you said no.
Correct.
So the impression that was left, that you communicated to her, was that this was separate from anything to do with the school, correct?
I can't assume what.
Okay. You were serving a court order, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't coming from the school, correct?
Correct.
The petitioner wasn't the principal or the school, correct?
Correct.
This is entirely involving Isaiah Williams and his family, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further.
Any further redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Subject to recall.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness, please. I'm going to place you under oath. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes.
Please be seated. Ms. Stone, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Mary Wagner, last name Wagner.
And are you employed, ma'am?
I am.
How so?
I work for Pierce County Planning and Public Works.
And are you familiar with the area of Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast?
Yes,
Is that in Lacey, Washington?
it is.
Were you in or around that area on October 18, 2024, shortly after 2 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
And did anything of significance occur in that area that you observed on that date and time?
Yes.
And, well, first of all, where were you coming from? Why were you in that area?
My husband and I were coming back from a late lunch that we had that day. We were driving down the road in front of Timberland High School back to our house, and we saw an altercation on the side of the road.
Okay, and when you say on the side of the road, which side of the road?
On the high school side of the road.
Okay.
There's a public bus stop there, and it was right around the public bus stop.
And you said you were in your vehicle driving at the time?
Yes.
What kind of truck is that?
It's a Ram 2500 pickup truck with
What
a cab.
color?
It's like a dark gray color. My husband was driving it. I was in the passenger seat.
And who is your husband?
Josh Wagner.
And what did you do when you observed that incident? What was your first action?
Well, as we were driving up, we saw there were several people involved, and we thought that it was possibly a high school altercation. And so we pulled into the left turn lane in front of the high school and stopped, and my husband got out and crossed the road.
And where were you at that time?
As soon as he pulled in, I was still in the passenger seat. When he stepped out of the vehicle and crossed the road, I climbed over the console in the middle of the truck and went over to the passenger side.
And what happened next?
Well, my husband kind of disappeared into a group of people, and I got out of the vehicle, and I called 911. And
Well, let me ask you a question. Why did you call 911?
there was quite a bit of screaming that was going on from the situation, and I heard several people say some rather alarming things, and that 911 should be called, so I did.
When you say people, hear people say alarming things, what do you mean by that?
Do you want me to say specifically what I
Yes,
heard?
please.
I did hear, these were mostly teenagers that I heard yelling. There were sentences such as, her eyes are rolling in the back of her head, she can't breathe, someone call 911, let go. Everyone seemed in a panic of, like, everything that everyone said was a very panic-stricken tone.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ms. Wagner, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 1 and 3. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes.
And what did I hand you?
You handed me an aerial view further away and then one slightly closer up of the bus stop right in front of Timberline High School.
And do you recognize those areas
Yes.
specifically? Okay.
Specifically, yes.
Is this the area that you were just referring to as traveling down on or about October 18th, 2024, shortly after 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take those back from you. May I return them here?
You may.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 1. Ms. Wagner? And we'll give that a moment. You have, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
You have a pointer here now. This dot has a cursor. You just have to give it a second. There's a delay, okay?
This one right here.
Yeah, just a call.
Okay.
Let's give it a second. I'll see it.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Wagner, can you, well, first of all, what are we looking at here? Let me zoom out just a little bit. And then we'll let that recalibrate itself, so to speak. Okay, what are we looking at here, ma'am?
Well, this is Timberline High School, and this is Mullen Road. And I'm trying to get it. Sorry. Where did it go?
It's all the way at the top.
Is it? Oh, okay. This is the bus stop right here. And in the middle of Mullen Road, there's a left-hand turn lane to turn into the school.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3.
The witness was using the cursor to highlight the high school, the bus stop, which is an icon on that exhibit, and the road directly next to the bus stop.
And where you were pointing was about center of the page towards the bottom, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. About towards the center of the page?
Center of the page towards the bottom of the
Oh,
photograph.
towards the bottom, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 3. And do you recognize this area?
I do.
Okay, and what area is this?
This right here is the bus stop that I mentioned. This is right in front of Timberline High School. Right there, this is the left-hand turn lane that we drove into and then parked, or put on our hazards, rather.
Okay. And when you parked,
I'm sorry, and the witness was using the pointer around the center of the exhibit.
thank you, Your Honor. I'll take that back. And so when you parked in that location, you said Josh got out of the car, is that correct?
That's correct.
So what happened next?
Well, Josh got out of the truck and he crossed the road, and I moved over into the driver's seat and dialed 911. And then was on the phone with 911, and I was telling them that there was an altercation that was taking place, and that somebody was hurt. And did you want to know what I saw or what I did?
I'm going to ask you the next
Okay.
question. Okay. And how long do you think you got out of the truck after Josh got out of the truck?
Within a minute or two.
Okay. What do you recall observing initially, whether you were in the vehicle or out of the vehicle? What's the first thing you remember seeing?
In the vehicle from the passenger side, before I crossed over into the driver's side, like I said, we both saw what appeared to be a fight. There were several people involved. It looked like there was a young man and then some other teenagers that were kicking, punching somebody that was down on the ground. After Josh got out of the vehicle and I moved over to the driver's side, I was able to see what appeared to be a man on the ground with a young woman that he had subdued somehow. There were teenagers that appeared to be kicking him and punching the man, but again, there was a lot of commotion. So I don't know how many teenagers were doing it, but
Sure.
but that was kind of the setup of the situation.
And you said that there was a young woman. Where did you see this young woman?
The young woman, she was on the ground.
And on the ground where?
On the ground in front of the man.
And when you say in front of the man, can you describe to me what you mean? Like underneath the man, on top of the man? Were they standing up, sitting down? What does that look like?
They were on the ground, and what it looked like was that the man had, and I couldn't see if it was a young woman yet, because she had hair in her face, and there was dust coming up. But what appeared to be is his arm was around her neck, and her, like I said, her face, she had hair on her face, and then I feel like she was wearing a pair of pants too. So initially, like I said, I couldn't see if it was a young woman or a young man, but I learned quickly thereafter, after she got up, that it was a young girl.
And what is Josh doing during this time?
When Josh crossed the street, he disappeared into the group of people, and then he was pushing people aside to get down to what was the source of all of the conflict.
And do you recall if he pushed? Who did he push aside?
So there was the man that was holding the young woman, and then there were other teenagers that were hitting the man, and then there were also two other women that were trying to get in the way of the teenager who was hitting the man, and then Josh was pushing everyone aside, and he got down to the man who was holding the young woman on the ground, and at that point, let's see, yes. So I don't know how much further. Sorry, I don't know how much of the story you want, or if there's initial questions that you want me to stop for. Okay.
So as I understand where you're at right now, have you exited the vehicle yet, or are you still in the vehicle? Do you remember?
At this point, I had exited the vehicle, but I was still standing next to the vehicle, and I was on the phone with 911, and I was describing to them what I was seeing.
Okay. And as you're watching this, you've described to other women. Were they adult women, or teens, or kids, or something else?
It appeared to be an older woman, and then a teenage age woman. Yeah.
And how were they dressed, if you remember?
So both of them were dressed all in black, and both had a headscarf on.
And when you saw them appear, did you see them doing anything to help assist the women on the ground?
No. What it seemed to me is that they were trying to stop the teenagers from hitting the man in that situation. So no, I didn't see them trying to stop the stop. I'm afraid of the words to use. Assault. I'm sorry. Can I say that? Is that okay to say?
That's what you saw, though. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. No. Did you ever actually cross the street?
I did.
And what do you recall seeing when you crossed the street?
When I crossed the street, I saw that the young woman who had been held down on the ground, she was being pulled up, and she was stumbling behind the trees. She was stumbling off, just kind of running away. It was what it looked like, but her footing was very bad, and so she was stumbling across in front of me. And then there was the young man who had been punching the older man on the ground, and he was going with her, kind of pulling her off to the side. The two women that were dressed in black, they followed her. At that point, Josh had subdued the man on the ground. At that point, so Josh was over in the trees. He was over there, and I saw the woman stumble across in front of me. And
I'm going to have you hit pause for a moment. When you say the women stumble across in front of you, and I know that, first of all, do you know any of these individuals?
I don't know any of them personally. No.
Okay.
No.
And so, I know that we are using a lot of young man, young woman,
Yes.
the woman. I know that can be difficult, so I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things for me.
Okay.
First, I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit, okay?
Okay.
And so when you were talking about the young woman stumbled, which young woman are you referring to?
Do you want me to give them a name?
No.
Or, no. Okay.
I'm sorry, so you can't ask questions,
Oh,
but if you can't answer the question that's asked, you can say that and she will ask it in another way.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask, since you don't know any of these people individually, and I don't want you to testify about something that you may have learned later regarding names, I'm going to ask you to only use the description of the individuals that you saw at the time. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So starting first with the young woman that you described on the ground, where did she go?
She was pulled up and crossed in front of me to my left. So this was happening on the right side of me, and she crossed in front of me to the left side of me. The young man that had been punching the older man on the ground, he went with her and was pulling her. The two women that were initially at the scene that were both dressed in black, the older woman and the younger woman, they followed the woman the young woman who had been pulled up from the ground.
Okay, going to have you pause.
Okay.
And did you see how the two women wearing black, or all in black, how were they interacting with the young woman that had just stood up, that had been on the ground?
They seemed to be trying to.
Objection as to speculation as to what they're trying to do as opposed to what they did.
I'm going to sustain as to non-responsive.
So not assuming or speculating about what they did, what did you observe? What did it appear to you that you observed?
They were running toward the young woman who had just gotten up off the ground, and the young man was trying to prevent them from getting to her.
And what was the young woman doing specifically?
She was stumbling and running in the opposite direction of where she had come from.
Okay, was she running back towards either woman in black?
No, she was running away.
And so when you got across the street, well, let me back up. How did the young woman seem to you when you saw her? The young woman who had been on the ground, and I believe you described earlier the older man had his arms around her.
She seemed in.
As it calls for speculation as to recognition.
Overruled.
That means you can answer. How did she seem to you? How did she appear?
She appeared incredibly confused.
And what do you mean by that? What does that look like?
She seemed to not know what her surroundings were. She was like I said, she was in kind of a panic. At one point, there was a slight altercation between the women that were wearing black and the young man who was assisting the young woman who was on the ground. And at that point, I ran. I was in the middle of the street at that point, but I ran across and started screaming at everybody to just stop because there was still fighting going on. And the young woman she turned around and looked at me, and her eyes were huge. I mean, she had hair in her face. She looked completely disheveled. She looked very confused, absolutely terrified. And she looked at me and then turned the opposite direction and ran towards the high school. So she didn't say any words or anything to me. So.
And initially or earlier in your direct, I believe you used the phrase she was not sure-footed. What do you mean by that?
She was stumbling. She could not stay on her feet. She was trying to run, but was falling, tripping over herself.
And I'll come back to that question. So you said you called 911 during this, is that correct?
I called 911 before I left the truck, yes.
Okay. And did you stay on with 911 throughout that interaction?
I did.
Okay. What did you do? At some point, what happened to the vehicle? What happened to your truck?
So after the young woman ran off towards the high school, the young man who was with her went that direction as well. And then I went back to the truck, and I pulled the truck into the high school parking lot. I was on the phone with 911, and they had informed me that police were almost there. So I pulled into the parking lot and stayed there until police arrived.
Thank you. And I want to go back to when you described how you observed the older man on the ground with the later, as you know, younger female or younger woman on the ground. You made a gesture earlier in trying to describe that. Can you describe what that gesture was? How was he holding her?
What I saw was her head was right about here.
So can you describe it with words?
Describe it with words, yes, absolutely.
So let me just explain something. So
yes.
we have a court reporter. So again, I know it's very difficult to talk slower, but our court reporter has to write down everything that is happening.
Okay.
So we have to describe what's happening as if you were reading it from a piece of paper.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
So if you could slow down just a little bit more.
Okay.
And then describe what you were seeing.
What I was seeing was a head with with hair in the face in the elbow area of an arm. So the head was in between a bicep and the bicep and the forearm, I suppose. That's the area that I saw her head.
And when you said you observed these, the young male striking the older man, or the adult male, and the other kids engaged, were their strikes effective in releasing the young woman from the adult male?
They were not effective.
Do you recall the older woman dressed all in black saying anything about the girl on the ground?
I did not hear anything that was audible, no.
Okay. How would you describe the build of the young female that had been on the ground?
She was a petite woman, young girl. I'm almost 5'9", and I was quite a bit taller than her. So she was slender.
And how would you describe the adult male in terms of build and size?
He appeared to be a larger man. The entire time that I saw him, he was either close to being on the ground or on the ground. So I didn't get a full, I didn't get a side by side.
Sure. And do you recall if the adult male was saying anything at the time?
Not that I was able to hear, no.
Okay. And where did Josh go once if anywhere, once the younger female had been released?
Josh stayed in where he was. He stayed next to the man that was on the ground.
Okay. And did you make contact with law enforcement?
I did after they arrived, yes.
Okay. And did you provide a statement to law enforcement?
I did.
Ms. Wagner, how would you describe the fullness of your statement today in comparison to the statement you gave to law enforcement?
I would say as close as it could be.
Okay. And would it be fair to say you've provided more details today?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Well, you were able to show me the map so I can pinpoint exactly the location. And the questions that you asked me, when the police asked me to give a statement, they just said, tell us everything that you think is important. And so I wrote that down, and there weren't any other additional questions. So.
Thank you. And I want to show you some still shots.
Actually, Ms. Stone, I think that we'll do that after our afternoon recess. You can just stay where you're at. Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to come forward and lead you back to the jury room for our afternoon break, which will be about 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your time and attention. 3 total to questions asked by Mr. Kading. I sustained the objections, and Mr. Kading asked for the sidebar. And he, at sidebar, indicated what he was trying to ask and that he wasn't asking that there be any specifics related to his questions as to what Mr. Ali was talking to the officer about. Ms. Zoe indicated that the response called for hearsay because if the witness were allowed to answer the question, it would be confirming what Mr. Ali was saying and that was hearsay. And then Mr. Kading indicated that he would rephrase. I didn't make a specific ruling because I had already ruled on the objections, and I think Mr. Kading was just seeking clarification at the sidebar, and then questioning went on. Mr. Kading, anything that you would like to add to the sidebar? No, Your Honor. Ms. Zoe, anything you'd like to add to the sidebar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Leary, anything you'd like to add to the sidebar?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and bring the jury in, and the witness can be recalled to take the stand.
Thank you. May I sit out with your?
Yes. You may go ahead and come forward to the center again and retake the stand.
You can stand or sit, however you prefer. Yes.
Please be seated. And members of the jury, we're going to continue with the direct examination of this witness. Ms. Stone, you may continue.
Hey, Bertrand.
You may.
Ms. Wagner, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 29 through 33. If you could look at those silently to yourself for a moment, and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what those are, ma'am?
I do.
What are those?
That is our pickup truck.
In each of those photos?
In each of the, do you want me to flip? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
In the photos, yes, there's our pickup truck pulled into the left turn lane in front of the high school.
Do those appear to be true? Well, are those from October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Do those appear to be true and accurate representations of your vehicle in those events as it appeared to you on that date?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take those back from you. May I publish, please, Your Honor?
That's
may.
me.
I'm going to start with State's Exhibit 29. So starting first with State's Exhibit, actually, I'm going to go backwards. Start with State's Exhibit 30. What are we looking at State's Exhibit 30? What is this a photograph of?
This is our pickup truck.
Okay. And where is that vehicle located?
In just a moment. You can put the pointer down.
So what I'm actually going to ask you to do, if you don't mind, pick the pointer back up for a moment. Just move the cursor off the middle of the photograph. Thank you so much. So in State's Exhibit 30, where is your vehicle located?
The vehicle is parked in the left turn lane that would be turning in towards the high school.
Okay. And on State's Exhibit 31, what are we looking at here? What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of our vehicle over on the right-hand side of the picture.
Okay. Is that the same on State's Exhibit 32?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is that where your vehicle remained until you moved it into the parking lot as you've described?
It is.
And somewhat redundant, but State's Exhibit 33. Is that the same vehicle?
That is also our vehicle, yes.
Okay. So when we look at State's Exhibit, actually I want to show you a couple more photos. Hey, Bertrand?
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 16 would have been admitted as State's Exhibit 16 through 20. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment and look up at me when you're done. And Ms. Wagner, do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what are those?
These are pictures of our vehicle.
And are those pictures of your vehicle during the events about which you've just been speaking?
Yes,
Okay. Do those appear to be true and accurate representation of those events?
they do.
I'm going to go grab those from you. May I approach on it?
You may.
May I publish on it?
Yes.
So in State's Exhibit 16, Ms. Wagner, zoom in a little bit. I'll take it just in a moment. And so, based on what you're observing here, what is happening in this portion of the video, if you can tell?
In this portion of the video, we have,
Oh, I'm sorry. This is a photograph.
Thank you, of the video still shot. Thank you.
in this picture, we have stopped in the turn lane that turns into the high school in our pickup truck, and it looks like that's my husband getting out. It's a little blurry, so it's hard to see.
Okay. So So we'll follow that with State's Exhibit 17. Does that help?
Yes, it does. That is my husband crossing the street.
And your husband, when you say that's your husband crossing the street, can you just identify where he's located in the picture with the description, please?
He is the gentleman that is just over the white line with the sweatshirt and the ball cap on in the street.
Okay. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 20. And do you see anyone in that photograph that you recognize?
Yes, I am standing outside of the truck, just inside the driver's side door, but standing on the street.
Okay. And is that, as you've described in your testimony, after moving out of the passenger side?
Yes.
Okay. And a few moments ago, you looked at State's Exhibit 29. Do you recall that?
Just now?
In the batch before. Do you recall seeing yourself in another
I do
photograph?
recall seeing myself, yes, in another picture.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 29. Can you identify where you're located in this photograph?
Yes, I am in the upper right-hand corner wearing a red skirt.
And is that where my finger is pointing right here?
That's correct, that's me.
And that's in the upper right-hand area of the Exhibit 29.
And Ms. Wagner, you looked at those photos, is that correct?
I did.
And are you familiar with those photos being associated with a video?
Yes, I am.
And have you seen that video before?
I have seen that video.
And based on your review of that video, was that a true and accurate representation of those events as they occurred?
Yes.
Permission to publish State's Exhibit 34 previously admitted, Your Honor?
You may.
And Ms. Wagner, I'm going to play State's Exhibit 34. When you see yourself show up on that, can you tell me and I will pause it?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm playing it from the beginning at 2:12:52. And this is the road video.
There I am.
Okay. And so is that your head just peeking out of the driver's side?
It is, yes, after I crawled over the console.
Okay. Were you able to watch what was happening then while you were coming from the passenger side to the driver's
I
side?
was able to see, yes.
At the time you stopped the video, please.
Yes, Your Honor. 2:14:13 p.m. Is that correct? Is that what it says?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And had you started calling 911 yet, or did that happen afterwards? If you know.
I honestly couldn't say. It was between that time and the time that I got out of the vehicle.
Okay. So I'm going to start it and then play until we see you across the street. Is that okay?
Yes. I was on the phone with 911 at that point.
Okay. At 2:14:25 is when you did that.
Yes.
Go. Get on there with the way.
Okay, I paused the video at 2:15:47. Ms. Wagner, what was happening there when you were coming across the street? Can you explain to the jury what they were seeing?
When I was coming across the street, I had seen the young woman who was on the ground had gotten up and was stumbling through the trees there. And there was a young man who was helping her, and then the two women that I described earlier that were in black were trying to get towards the young woman, and the young man that was with her was trying to prevent them. So
And-
I had ran over because there was still physical altercation happening, and I was screaming at everybody to stop. So
Okay, thank you. And was the young woman at that time going towards the two women all in black or away from them?
Away from.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Thank you for being here. So your husband out of the truck, correct?
yes,
Runs across the street? Yes?
yes,
All right. And then you climb over into the driver's seat, correct?
yes,
And then at some point you call 911.
yes.
And it appeared that from the video that your husband kind of had the situation under control before you had actually come across the street. Is that fair? If you recall.
If I recall, I was uncertain about whether the situation was under control or not.
Okay. Just from what you could see from where you were.
That's correct.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go or stay, however you so desire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Stone, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Josh Wagner. May I step out for treatment?
You may. Forward, please. And will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Please be seated. And Ms. Stone, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi,
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
my name's Josh Wagner, W-A-G-N-E-R.
And are you employed, sir?
Yes,
How so?
self-employed on my own business.
And are you familiar with the area of Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast?
Yes, it's close to my house.
Okay, is that in Lacey, Washington?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you in or around that area on October 18th, 2024 at just after 2 p.m.?
Yes.
And where were you coming from?
Brunch. It was my birthday, so I'd gone out to brunch that morning.
So it kind of went?
It was my birthday. I'd gone out to brunch that morning, so I was heading home.
Okay. Who were you with, if anyone?
Mary Wagner,
And who was Mary?
my wife.
And what kind of vehicle do you drive?
2016 Ram 2500.
And when you were on your way home from brunch, was there any anything significant that occurred that you observed?
Yeah, in front of the school, there was a pack of kids that looked like they were fighting, so pulled into the turn lane to stop the fight.
Okay. And when you say the school, what school are you referring to?
Timberline High School.
Okay. So when I ask questions, I'm just going to ask you to pause for just a second. It's natural for people to talk over each other. So we have a court reporter and she has to write it down. So if you
Okay.
can just pause for a second, okay? So you said Timberline High School, is that right?
Yes.
And you said you saw a pack of kids. Where was that pack of kids? Where was this event occurring?
At the bus stop in front of the school.
Okay. And what did you do when you observed that incident?
I pulled into the turn lane and exited my vehicle and approached the kids.
Why did you approach the kids? I mean, let me ask this a different way. Have you seen fights before?
Yes.
Okay. Do you stop your vehicle in the middle of the road for fights?
If it's a one-on-one fight, I wouldn't stop necessarily. But it was a huge mob of kids, and to me, that's unjust.
Okay. And so as you see that, was this a different scenario?
Yes.
Okay. When you got out of your vehicle and you got closer, did your opinion about what was occurring change?
Absolutely. I realized it was not.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions, okay? When you got closer, what did you see?
I seen a grown man choking a young teenage girl.
And you say choking, what does that mean to you?
He was on his back and had the young girl on top of him in a rear naked choke.
That is a pretty specific term. So tell me what you mean by that. Why do you use that term?
That's what I know it is called. He had his arm wrapped around her neck.
How do you know that's what it's called?
I was in the military and we did training, and we
What branch of the military?
U.S. Army.
Okay. What'd you do in the Army?
I was a mechanic.
And you said you did training. Were you associated with any particular unit that gave you that type of training?
I was in the special ops community.
And so when you say you observed him holding her in a rear naked choke, is that a specific hold that you're familiar with based on your training?
Absolutely.
How long were you in the Army?
13 years.
So what did you do when you made that observation about what the adult male was doing to the young female?
I stopped him from choking her.
Okay. Were there any other adults that were present at the time that you observed?
There was a adult woman screaming and crying. I didn't know who it was at the time.
What about any other adult males there besides the one that you've identified on the ground?
Not initially, no, not that I remember.
Okay. May I have your turn?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted. Mr. Wagner speaks exhibits 1 and 4. Ask you to look at those silently yourself and then look up at me when you're done, please.
And Mr. Wagner, could you pull yourself just a little bit
Yes,
closer
ma'am.
to that microphone and make sure you don't speak directly into it, but closer to it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And do you recognize what I've handed you in State's Exhibits 1 and 4?
Yes, ma'am.
What are those?
Aerial view map of the area of Mullen and Timberline High School.
Okay, do those appear to be true and accurate representations of that area as it appeared to you on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take them back from you. Thank you. May I publish on
You may.
I'm showing State's Exhibit 1. Mr. Wagner, can you identify, describe on this photograph where you were coming from, which direction you were heading to for the jury, please?
I was on Mullen from top left, traveling towards the bottom right on Mullen.
Okay. And that's almost intersects the bottom left corner of that photograph. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 4. And you described where you stopped your vehicle. Where was that on this photograph?
Right where it says Mullen in that turn lane in front of the bus stop symbol.
No, scale out for just a hair. Okay, so are you talking about this bottom left-hand arrow here?
Yes.
Okay. And where was
the bottom left of the exhibit?
Yes.
And where was this event occurring as you recalled it?
Pretty much right where that bus stop symbol is.
Okay. Was it on concrete or was it on dirt? If you remember.
Where it started, I don't remember, but it ended in the dirt.
Okay. So where you ended up was in the dirt. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw the female that was being choked by the adult, how old did this individual look to you? Are you talking a child, an adult? Where in that range would you assess this female?
Teenage girl.
Okay. Were there, besides the adult female that you described, the adult male, the young female, were there any other people present that you recall?
Yeah, there was a pretty good group of kids trying to stop what was going on. I couldn't tell you how many. I would estimate 5 to 10, roughly.
Was it apparent to you that they were trying to stop what was going on?
Yes.
How would you describe their demeanors in terms of how did they present to you?
They were very frantic and afraid.
Did you observe whether that, well, let me back up. The adult female that you saw, how was she dressed in appearance? If you remember.
She had a head covering on.
Okay. Did you see if she was assisting? You described yourself as assisting in trying to remove the young female from the older male. Were there any other adult males that were helping you with that?
No, not initially.
Okay. What about later?
There was the bus driver that got out, and he was kind of standing there. I don't think he knew what to do.
Okay.
And by that point, it was already kind of under control.
Okay. And what about that adult female that with the head covering? Was she assisting in any way, helping remove the?
I don't
female
remember that. I wasn't focused on that.
child? Okay. You don't remember her assisting?
No.
And do you recall a young man that was present at the scene? I mean, apologies. That was poorly worded. Do you recall any of the kids specifically that were there at the scene as if they were helping?
No. I mean,
Okay. Do you remember, in terms of the adult female that was present at the scene, if she was saying anything? You described her as crying. Do you remember if she was saying anything at the time?
she was speaking in. She wasn't speaking English.
Okay. So she was saying something, but not in English?
Yes.
When you saw the young female, how did she appear to you when you saw her?
Her face was changing colors when she was being choked.
What kind of colors? I mean, when you say that, what does that
She
mean?
was going to lose consciousness if it continued.
When you arrived, did you say anything to the adult male that was choking her?
No.
Okay. Was the impact of the kids, was that having any effect on them, on the adult male releasing the female?
No.
How would you describe the adult male's build?
He's a decent sized guy.
Would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see him in court today?
Yes.
If you are able to, could you please identify where he's located and an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a dark blue blazer or sport jacket, sitting near the window.
Can I just ask that the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Ali.
Did you speak with him at all during the course of this, if you recall?
No.
Okay. How would you describe the build of the young female? How did she appear to you? I mean, I know what you described her kind of physical appearance as the events were occurring, but how would you describe her build?
She seemed to be a petite girl.
And did you speak with her at all?
No.
While you were there with Mr. or the male, was he saying or doing anything? Was he speaking to the female in any way that you observed?
Not that I recall.
Did you know any of these people?
No.
Okay. And is there any way you could have confused what was occurring with maybe just a hug or a restraint type hold?
Absolutely not.
Why do you say that?
It was due to the young girl's color changing and recognizing what was going on. It was very obvious she was being choked.
And at some point then, was the young female able to get away from the male?
Yes.
And how or when did that occur?
Once I took control of the situation and removed his arm from around her neck.
Okay, and where did she go, if you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. What did you do next?
I just held him there until the police arrived and told the kids to call 911.
And did law enforcement arrive?
Yeah, shortly.
Okay. And did you speak with law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Wagner, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibits for 16 through 20 and 30. Will you look at those silently to yourself and then look up at me when you're done, please, sir? Do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes.
And what are those?
Security cam footage from the bus showing my vehicle and me exiting my vehicle and the group of kids.
And do those appear to you to be a true and accurate representation of that scene as it appeared on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take those back to me. And permission to publish, Honor?
Yes.
Just showing you State's Exhibit 16, what is depicted, Mr. Wagner?
That's my vehicle in the turn lane. I think that's Mary standing there.
Okay. State's Exhibit 17. Mr. Wagner, do you recognize who that is?
Yeah, that's me.
And is that just after you've exited your vehicle?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 18. Do you see yourself in that photograph?
Maybe partially behind the guy with the safety vest on, but I mean, I would have to really look in that.
So let me ask you this. On the right-hand side of the photograph, there appears to be a person in a camouflage hat.
That'd be me.
Okay, so you're the camouflage hat throughout these photographs?
Yep.
Okay. When you arrived at the scene and made contact with the adult male at the time, was he conscious and actively engaged?
Absolutely.
Okay. I have nothing additional for you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wagner, fair to say that you came upon this scene sometime after it had started?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fair to say you don't really have any idea how long that was?
No.
Okay. And I guess I was confused about your description. When you first came up, you said that the young girl was on top
Yes.
of the man? Okay. And so was he on his back?
Yes.
Okay. And it was you that made him let go?
Yes.
All right. And after he let go, did he move anymore?
He tried to get up. That's it.
Okay. How long after the young woman got up did he try to get up?
I don't remember the exact time. It was shortly afterwards.
Mr. Kading, can I have you just get a little bit closer to that microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Okay. And so, when he tried to get up, did you stop him?
Yes.
All right. And did you at some point roll him onto his side?
Yes.
Why?
To keep him there until the police arrived.
All right. And when the police arrived, did you immediately let him go?
Once the police arrived, they took control of the situation.
Okay. But you walked him up to the police car, right?
I helped the police, yes.
Are you a police officer?
No, sir.
Okay. And the bus driver was there. Can you describe him?
No, I don't really recall what he looked like other than the high-vis vest.
Okay. So you know it was him wearing that?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Larry.
Briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Wagner.
Hello.
Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
So, have you seen the video?
Yes.
Okay. And did the prosecutor show it to you, or did you see it somewhere else?
It was a public records request.
Okay. So did you file a public records request?
Yes.
Okay. And so you got the video. Did you get police reports or just the video?
Just the video.
Okay. And when was that?
Months ago. I don't remember the exact time.
Okay. How many times do you think you've watched the video?
A few times. I mean, couldn't give you a number.
Okay. All right. So from the looks of it, you were able to kind of get control of Mr. Ali relatively quickly. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So we've seen the still shots of you getting out of the truck, correct? Yes.
Yes.
And then running across the street, correct?
Yes.
And then you kind of make your way through the crowd, and then you pointed out, or you recognized your hat, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you then go down kind of hands-on, correct?
Yes.
And was there anything in between you and Mr. Ali in terms of your ability to get to him?
Just the kids, the group of kids that was around.
Okay, and they were mostly standing around?
Yes.
All right, so you kind of work your way through, and then when you go to the ground, you're able to kind of get hands-on Mr. Ali almost immediately.
Yes.
And you're able to free the young woman from his grasp, correct?
Yes.
And that's almost immediately?
It was pretty quick.
All right. And you described an older woman wearing a headscarf, correct?
Yes.
And you said older in the sense that there was a younger woman with a headscarf and then an adult woman. Fair?
I didn't say anything about a young woman with the headscarf.
Okay. Okay. So how many women did you see there with a headscarf?
One that I recall right now.
Okay. And that's exactly what you're supposed to do. I appreciate you correcting me. So you saw a woman with a headscarf.
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want to put words in your mouth. So how would you characterize her age?
Roughly my age or older.
Okay. And you are how old?
I'll be 43 this year.
Okay. So an adult woman with a headscarf.
Yes.
All right. And so, and you described her as kind of upset and crying.
Yes.
And where was she in proximity to you?
15, 20 feet maybe.
Okay. Did she get in your way at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you see her getting in the way of anyone trying to kind of address the situation?
Not that I recall. I wasn't focused on that.
All right. And so basically, if I'm correct, you get out of the truck, you get over there, work your way through the kids, and you are able to kind of put this to rest almost immediately.
Pretty quick.
And then you're able to hold down Mr. Ali, correct?
Yes.
And other than him attempting to get up once, was he actively fighting you?
No.
Okay. And so you're just kind of waiting there, counting the seconds till the police come.
Yes.
And then they take over, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Stone, redirect.
Everything, thank you. Mr. Wagner, when you assisted law enforcement, do you remember how many law enforcement were present? Were there multiple officers that came up to you or one officer?
Just one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of the time that the older man was down on the ground, it was essentially you and that one officer. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And that one officer didn't ask you to step back, disengage, anything like that?
No.
Okay. And when you say pretty quick, you got the older man in control pretty quick, was that because he suddenly decided to cooperate with you?
I don't know if that's why. It was just, adrenaline was going pretty quick and it happened very fast.
So when he, let me ask this a different way. When the young female was released, what did that look like from the older man? Did he just suddenly hands up, push her away, I'm done with her, or something else?
He tried to get up and I didn't allow him to get up.
Okay, so to be clear, she was released because of your engagement with him, not because of a voluntary choice by
Yes.
him.
He released because of me getting involved.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination? Mr. Larry? May this witness be excused?
Yes, please, John.
Any objection, Mr. Kading? Mr. Larry? You are excused. You may step down. You're free to stay or go.
Officer Beltran is present.
All right, so if you would come forward, please, through the middle. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct? Please come forward and be seated. I'm going to need you to speak up, okay?
Okay.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Justin Beltran, Beltran.
Are you employed, sir?
I am.
How so?
I'm employed by the City of Lacey with the Police Department.
And how long have you been employed by the city of Lacey?
9 years.
Can you briefly describe some of your training and experience in law enforcement, please, sir?
Yes. Successfully completed the Basic Law Enforcement Academy at the Washington State Criminal Justice Training Commission in Burien, Washington, and have had my peace officer certification since July of 2016. There, I received training in criminal law, criminal procedures, police tactics, firearms, defensive tactics, evidence gathering, as well as many other topics. Prior to joining the Lacey Police Department, I was employed by the Washington State Department of Corrections as a community corrections officer in King County. I also graduated from the Basic Community Corrections Officers Academy in November of 2015. As a community corrections officer, I was responsible for supervising community members that were on active probation and parole. I also received my Bachelor of Arts degree from Central Washington in Law and Justice in 2012.
Okay. And what are your current duties as a patrol or as an officer? What do you do for Lacey PD?
Yeah, I'm currently assigned to the investigative unit as a school resource officer. I'm one of 3.
I'm going to ask you just to come back a tiny bit from the microphone. It's a really sensitive microphone. If you're super close, it gets garbled. If you're too far back, it doesn't pick you up.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm one of 3 school resource officers that work with the North Thurston Public School District. Typically throughout the school year, I work with school administration, students and their families to find solutions to difficult situations. And then I'm also responsible for being on site at the various schools, assisting in school-related events and working with community partners to keep our students safe on and off campus.
And when you were working as a school resource officer, how are you dressed? How do you show up for that job?
The usual black jumpsuit, my duty belt, and my external carrier. I look very similar to the other officers that are working patrol or responding to your 911 calls. And I do have a marked police vehicle.
Is that uniform slightly different than what you're wearing today?
It is.
Okay, what are you wearing today?
We would consider these our Class A's or our formal wool uniform.
Okay, so it doesn't have, is it fair to say, it doesn't have your gear and equipment attached to it?
Correct.
Okay. And were you employed by the Lacey Police Department in October of 2024?
I was.
And were you working on October 18th, 2024 at approximately 2:14 p.m.?
I was.
Did you become involved in an investigation occurring at Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast in Lacey, Washington?
I did.
Did you go to that location?
I did.
About what time did you arrive, if you know?
About 26 hours.
Okay. What did you observe when you arrived?
I observed people everywhere. So Timberline has about 1,500 students that go there, and school had just gotten out at 1,400 hours. So you have students that self-transport there, so they drive their own cars. You have a good amount of students that are leaving with school district provided transportation, as well as a group of students that take public transit or intercity transit. Timberline High School is located just north of Mullen Road, which is also a very, very busy roadway. And then directly across from Timberline High School is Lakes Elementary. And that school was due to get out at about 1440 hours. So you had students, their guardians on standby in the parking lot directly across the street waiting to pick up their kids. And then in addition to seeing people everywhere, I noticed some of my Lacey Police partners talking to various groups within the student parking lot and along Mullen Road.
And you may have said this and I missed it. Is that the school that you're an SRO for, or are you an SRO for a different school?
Timberline is not my primary high school, but I do cover additional schools on Fridays, just with the varying schedules of the 3 SROs that are employed by our agency.
And what is your primary high school?
River Ridge High School.
Whose primary school is Timberline as an SRO?
Officer Howard, Alicia Howard.
And was this a Friday?
It was.
Okay. So had you been there during the school day and were coming back, or had you not been there that day? You said, and I asked that because you said you would kind of cover down for folks on Fridays, right?
Correct.
So what was happening on this Friday?
So I try to spend majority of my time at my high schools. I don't exactly recall what was going on, but when the call came out, I was responding from River Ridge High School.
Okay. So you said you arrived and you saw lots of people, lots of cars based on the time of day it was, and you saw some of your law enforcement folks there too. Do you remember who was there?
Yeah, so I initially made contact with Corporal Pruneda, who's now been promoted to sergeant, Officer Hang, Officer Dawes, Officer Bell, and Officer Chavez, who was on field training with Officer Bell.
Okay, so Chavez was on field training with Officer Bell?
Correct.
Does that mean they would have ridden together?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do when you arrived?
I made initial contact with Corporal Pruneda just to kind of inquire what was going on. And then Officer Hang, I also made contact with him, and I inquired if anybody had made their way into the school to locate Fatima. And I was advised nobody had made their way into the school yet.
Okay, so did you go into the school from there?
I did.
Okay. Is that something that when you are making contact with other officers, there's somebody specifically handing out tasks, you go, or is that, as you've kind of described, you make contact and you collectively kind of figure out where the holes are and the gaps are that need to be filled?
Correct. To find where the holes are at, knowing that I was maybe fourth or fifth on scene. I tried to find work, so to speak, and knowing that I'm familiar with the building, familiar with school administration, I elected to go and track down Fatima.
And where did you go?
I made my way to the main office at about 14:30 hours, and I was advised that.
Okay, I'm gonna have you pause. Thank you.
My apologies.
That's okay. So where do you enter the school?
So if you head north through the student parking lot, it's like a double doors to get into the main office that leads into the cafeteria. And then to the right is the main office entrance.
You may.
Officer Beltran, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 1 and 2. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment, please, sir, and then look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what I've handed you, sir?
I do.
What are those?
It's the student parking lot of Timberline High School.
Okay. And do those appear to be true and accurate representations of that area as it appeared on October 18th, 2024?
It does.
Okay, I'm going to take them back from you, okay? Permission to publish on it.
You may.
Officer Beltran, I'm going to show you first what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Can you...
And admitted.
Excuse me, unadmitted. Thank you, Your Honor. Can you orient the jury, please, to what they're looking at here?
Yeah, so the street that's labeled Mullen Road, it goes east and west. And then that little area is the student parking lot just north of that Mullen Road designator, right over there. And
May I
then,
approach, Your Honor? I apologize.
Yes.
You have a pointer,
oh,
so that's okay. You have the dot here.
okay,
You will click on that. You have to hold on. There's a delay when it starts.
okay.
And officer, if you also can, as you use the pointer, describe what portion of the exhibit that you are highlighting. So for example, center of the photograph, right center, right lower, all right?
Will do. So this entire section, sorry, it's a little finicky. This area right here is the student parking lot.
Okay. And you're talking about just about center of that photograph. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Center of the photograph. And then near where the dot or the indicator, the red indicator, also in the center of the photograph is about where the main entrance and the office is.
Okay. So on State's Exhibit 1, when you look at that photograph, you said right about where the red dot is, which is just to the right of center. Is that where the administration offices are?
Correct.
Okay. And are the main doors to the building right there as well?
Correct.
Okay. I'll take it up. Well, actually, I'm going to hit pause. When you said you went in to make contact, where did you enter?
So I initially pulled in with my patrol vehicle here. I made contact with Corporal Pruneda and Officer Hang, and then
This is highlighting the area near the bus stop, which is the lower middle portion of the exhibit.
my apologies. And then I proceeded to move my patrol car through the driveway and parked my car about center of the photograph right here.
Okay. Where are the entrances and exits to Timberline High School, if you know? You
There-
described that main entrance. Are there any other entrances or exits?
Yes, there is, well, as far as main entry exit points, this would be the front of the school, but there is additional entry exit points further west of the school, near the bus drop-off, which is this area I'm pointing at to, which is also middle of the photograph as well. This is the bus loop. And then there's an additional entry exit point that's almost near like the auditorium.
Okay, so there's a couple of them.
Correct.
And that last spot that was highlighted was just below the middle of the photograph, below the middle.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take that back from you. Right. Actually, this way. When you entered, were you able to just walk right in? Meaning were the doors unlocked and open to the public?
At that point, they had just lifted lockdown protocols, but I do have a special key fob to bypass locked doors that was issued to me by the school district.
Do you get notified if the school goes into lockdown?
Typically, yes.
Is that why you have that? Did you call it a key fob?
Yes.
Okay. Is that why you have that key fob?
Yes. And it can be used all across the school district. So it's not just Timberline High School, but at any of the other schools within our city limits.
Okay. So you went there, you had the capacity, you didn't have to end up using it. Is that correct?
I believe I still fobbed in.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes.
And where did you go when you entered?
I entered the school and then made my way to the main office to inquire where Fatima was at.
Okay. And who, if anyone, was in the main office, if you remember?
There were several counselors. There was Principal Dean. There was the Dean of Students. I don't recall her name. But several people pointed me back to an office with where the nurse was present with Fatima.
Did you know any of the counselors' names?
I believe one of the Dean of Students might be Miss Ratcliffe.
Okay.
Principal Dean. I'm not sure about the others.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So you made contact with the adults that were in the main office, and they sent you back to where?
So I walked through the main office. I believe it was the nurse's office. I walked back there and entered the room.
And who was back in the nurse's office?
The nurse, at the time, it was Fatima, Isaiah, and Principal Dean. And there might have been one or two others, but I was only in there for maybe 10 seconds or so. I was in there very, very briefly.
Okay. And then where did you go after that initial, about 10 seconds in the nurse's office? What happened next?
Yeah, so I inquired if Fatima needed medical, and I was advised yes, so I exited the room and called for medical or fire to respond to evaluate Fatima.
And did they in fact arrive and conduct a medical evaluation?
They did.
For who?
Fatima.
How did Fatima appear to you when you made contact with her?
Upon initial contact, she was seated. She was quiet in the corner. But then again, I was only in there for, just a few seconds to inquire about medical. And then I remained out of that room until fire completed their evaluation.
Where did you go while fire was doing their evaluation?
I remained outside in the main office, going back and forth to see if we can track down video surveillance, to talk to my partners, to just kind of figure out where we're at in this investigation.
Do you know how long it took medical to see her? How long did it take fire to see her?
I believe they conducted their evaluation within like 11-minute span.
Were they already on the scene of the school when you arrived, or were you still waiting for them to arrive when you got there?
I was waiting for them to arrive.
So that 11 minutes that you're referring to, is that 11 minutes from the time they arrived? That's how long it took them to actually evaluate her, or is that how long you had to wait for them to arrive on scene?
I believe it took them about, let me think about this 1 second.
That's okay.
They completed their evaluation by 1450 hours. So by the time I arrived and requested for medical, that was about 1431 hours. I don't know exactly when they showed up, but they had completed their evaluation by 1450 hours.
Okay. And did you take a statement from Fatima at that time?
After being advised that she was to be transported to Providence St. Peter Hospital, I conducted a preliminary statement from her, or obtained a preliminary statement from her.
Were there any, let me back up. Did you make contact with anyone by the name of Isaiah Williams at that time?
I did.
And were you able to take a statement from him regarding those events?
At a later time,
Okay. And were his parents on scene at that time?
yes,
Okay. At the time that the statement was taken, were his parents on scene?
they were.
Okay. Prior to that, were his parents on scene?
They were not.
Okay. Do you know about what time you took that statement from Isaiah?
About 1545 hours.
And regarding Isaiah, were you able to observe whether he had any kind of markings or apparent external injuries on his person?
I did.
And what did you observe?
He had a bump on above his left eyebrow or near his left temple. There was some redness and swelling. He also had small abrasion on his left cheek and some scratches on his left shoulder.
Did you take any photographs of those injuries that you identified?
I did.
And when and where did you take those photos?
After I conducted the audio and video recorded statement with the permission of his parents, I also took those photographs within that conference room, the same location where he was interviewed.
What was his demeanor when you observed him?
Overwhelmed, very emotional. As far as him providing me with information about his involvement.
And I don't want you to repeat
yeah.
anything he says. Okay.
I won't. He seemed to almost be kind of jumping around, like he didn't know how to gather his thoughts initially. So it seemed like a lot of what he was going through was a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Annie.
All right. Members of the jury, we are going to go ahead and recess for the day before the next series of questions for this witness. I truly thank you for your time and attention today. We anticipate starting back at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please remember all of the instructions that I have given you about not discussing this case with anyone, not doing any independent research, not becoming exposed to any outside information from any source. And we'll look forward to seeing you in the morning. Thank you so much. And you may step down. We'll see you in the morning. Please be seated. Ms. Stone, as it relates to your expectation on the presentation of evidence tomorrow?
Well, Josh got out of the truck and he crossed the road, and I moved over into the driver's seat and dialed 911. And then I was on the phone with 911, and I was telling them that there was an altercation that was taking place, and that somebody was hurt.
reckless assault.
After 20-year-old Raul Valle was acquitted in the murder of Jimmy McGrath and the intentional assault of 3 others, there are new movements in this case.
Julia LeBlanc is live outside Milford Court with all the details. Julia, we heard that verdict, right? It might confuse some people, but there was a partial verdict in this. Absolutely. Good morning to you. And last week, after that decision came down, that partial verdict, the McGrath family spoke with reporters outside of court here in Milford, saying that they would not be accepting just that partial verdict, and they were not done just yet. Take a listen.
It's not over, right? So there's still some things that need to be resolved, and we'll work closely with the prosecution to do that.
Now, that same day, prosecutors did just that, following through with drafting charges against Raul Valle that the jury could not agree on. While he was found not guilty of murder, intentional manslaughter, and intentional assault, jurors were deadlocked on the lesser included charges involving recklessness. Now, the state is moving ahead with those charges, including reckless manslaughter for the death of 17-year-old Jimmy McGrath and reckless assault on the 3 others injured that night. This after the jury foreperson revealed that they were leaning 11-1 guilty on those lesser charges, but they simply couldn't come to an agreement, which led to a mistrial there, which is why they are allowed to pursue these charges once again here. Now, while this document has been filed, while it's been drafted, we're not seeing it in the judicial system just yet. So the judge has to make a decision on this. We will let you know what comes to fruition here. We're live here in Milford. Julia LeBlanc, NBC Connecticut News.
39-year-old Stephen Stern stands accused of sexually abusing and murdering his girlfriend's daughter, Madeline Soto, in Kissimmee, Florida. Madeline had just celebrated her 13th birthday when she was murdered, but the alleged abuse began when she was just 8 years old. Prosecutors
Yeah, they're on their way.
Two 534 State versus Ali. These matters are before the court today on a continuation of trial. Ms. Stone and Ms. Zoe are present on behalf of the state. Mr. Kading is present with Mr. Ali and representing Mr. Ali. Mr. Leary is present with Mrs. Ali and representing Mrs. Ali. Before we resume, Ms. Stone, are there any preliminary issues from the state's perspective?
I don't know preliminary issues per se. I know Mr. Leary and I had a conversation this morning, Your Honor, just about scheduling. Prior to Ms. Ali's testimony, last week the court, through agreement of counsel, had agreed to provide that proffer in advance of kind of the topic areas based on the court's ruling. I did provide that to defense counsel. I think he would like to address that with the court prior to her testimony. The state anticipates that we'll finish with Officer Beltran this morning. Then we'll move into Mr. Barnes and Mr. Stephen Holm. I think we'll need to break prior to Ms. Ali to address that issue.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kading, do you have any preliminary issues this morning?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Leary?
Nothing additional, just a request to address it prior to her testimony.
All right, and are the parties thinking this is 15, bless you, 15 minutes, 30 minutes? I have no idea how complicated or lengthy the issues are going to be.
I have basically a paragraph and then another sentence that has been addressed as potential testimony. I would think it would be less than 15 minutes.
Okay.
So just, I have my concerns and how it dovetails with, is it inside the course rule or outside?
All right, thank you. We will talk about whether or not we try and address that at 1:30, and then just have the jury come back at 1:45 this afternoon, but we'll talk about that when we know better where we are at after the testimony this morning. If you can please have Officer Beltran return to the stand, please, and if you could please bring in the jury. And then finally, there has been a request from the interpreters, a reasonable request, that the parties make certain that they keep their voices up and speak near a microphone because at times they've had trouble hearing the lawyers. Yes.
Understood, Your Honor.
Officer Beltran, you can come forward and return to the stand. Good morning. Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. We are going to continue with the direct examination of this witness. Ms. Stone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you may continue.
Excuse me. Officer Beltran, right when we left off yesterday, do you recall we were talking about photographs that you had taken of Isaiah? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said that was following taking a statement from him, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 39 through 51. I'm going to ask you to review these silently to yourself for a moment, and then look up at me when you're done, please, sir. Officer Beltran, do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
So what are those?
Photographs I took after an audio and video recorded statement with Isaiah.
Okay, and photographs of who?
Isaiah.
Okay. Do those appear to you to be a true and accurate representation of Isaiah as he appeared to you on the afternoon of October 18th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, the state moves to admit States Exhibits 39 through 51.
Any objection, Mr. Katie?
No objection.
Mr. Larry? 39 through 51 shall be admitted.
Request permission to retrieve and publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Take this back. Zoom out a little bit. That screen is not coming up.
Thank you.
I'm showing what's been admitted as States Exhibit 39. Officer Belt.
Oh, sorry, they both went off.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm showing States Exhibit 39. Officer Beltran, do you recognize what we're looking at here?
I do.
And what are we looking at?
Isaiah's left, the left side of Isaiah's face.
And what were you trying, you took these photographs, correct?
Correct.
And you previously testified as to the injuries that you physically observed, is that correct?
Correct.
What were you trying to capture in this photograph, States Exhibit 39?
Just above his left eyebrow, you see like a bump. There's some redness and swelling there. That's what I was trying to capture on my department issued cell phone.
Okay. I'm going to show States Exhibit 51. What is that? What were you trying to capture in 51?
A different angle of that bump above his left eyebrow.
Okay. And States Exhibit 50. What are we looking at here?
Just an external shot of his face to show just his full face for context.
I'm actually going to move it over. I think our clicker is. In terms of what you were trying to photograph.
Well, this photo just provides just the full context of his face, but you can also see the elevation on the left, above his left eyebrow or left temple area.
Thank you. And looking at States Exhibit 40, Officer Beltran, what were we looking at here?
His left cheek, I was trying to capture the abrasion near his chin.
And 41, is this a photo of the same, but closer?
Correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 49, who is that?
Isaiah.
Okay, thank you. Did you take photographs of Isaiah's hands as part of this process as well?
I did.
Showing you States Exhibit 42. What are we looking at here?
The top part of Isaiah's hands.
States Exhibit 47. What were you photographing at States Exhibit 47?
Some scratches on his left shoulder.
Okay. And what about States Exhibit 45? What were you trying to photograph in 45?
To see if there were any markings on his neck.
Okay. Did you have any indication that Isaiah had been engaged in the same way with the adult male, with Mr. Ali, as Fatima had?
No.
Okay. And you said you also spoke with Fatima, is that correct?
I did.
And you took photographs of Fatima as well, is that correct?
Correct.
When you spoke with Fatima or observed Fatima, what, if anything, did you observe about her physical appearance?
Upon initial contact with her, and prior to requesting for medical, I had no contact with her, but I did observe her in the corner of the room. It wasn't until after fire had completed their evaluation when I re-entered the room and made contact with her. You inquired about demeanor?
Yes.
She was seated in the corner. She's fairly quiet until I engaged with her.
Did you observe any injuries to her?
Not initially.
Okay. What about after you had a contact with her?
Yeah, so after I completed my preliminary interview and she was loaded up on the gurney, I did observe some scratches and red marks along both sides of her neck.
Okay. What about how did she sound? How was her voice?
She spoke in a very low tone. Her voice was very raspy and almost as if it was dry.
And did you photograph what you were able to observe on Fatima as well?
I did.
May I approach her?
You may.
Officer Beltran, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked as States Exhibits 52 to 59. Review those silently to yourself, please, sir, and then look up at me when you're done. Officer Beltran, do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
What are those?
Photographs that I took on my department issued cell phone.
Okay. And photographs you took of who?
Fatima.
Okay. And are those photographs associated with the events you've been talking about today?
Correct.
And do those photographs, States Exhibits 52 through 59, appear to you to be a true and accurate representation of Ms. Ali as she appeared to you on October 18th of 2024?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would move to admit States Exhibits 52 through 59.
Mr. Kading, any objection? Mr. Leary, any objection? 52 through 59 shall be admitted.
May I retrieve those and publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Starting with States Exhibit 52. And who are we looking at in States Exhibit 52?
Fatima.
Okay, and where is Fatima located at the time you took this photograph?
In the main office of Timberline High School.
Okay, and how is she currently pictured in this photograph?
In a gurney, prepped, ready to go to the hospital.
Okay, so you've looked at her, you've taken these photos after medics, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 53. What are we looking at here, sir?
Facial photograph of Fatima.
Okay. States Exhibit 54. What were you trying to photograph there? And I know it's bright.
There are some red marks and some scratches, I believe, on the left side of her neck. That's what I was trying to photograph.
Okay. Are you talking about what I would describe as just below the center of the photograph here?
Correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 57. What are we looking at here?
The right side of Fatima's neck.
Okay. And again, there's lights right over the TV screens. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you're talking about the other side of her neck, was there anything about her jaw that you were trying to photograph?
Not at this time.
Okay. What about later?
Yes, so when I conducted the photographs, I inquired if Fatima had any other injuries or felt pain anywhere else. And so she advised me that she was feeling pain in her lower jaw.
So were you trying to take a photograph of that or capture that as well?
Correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 56. What is that a photograph of?
A closer shot of the right side of her neck.
Okay. And States Exhibit 59. What were you taking a photograph here in States Exhibit 59?
Angle further back to capture both sides of her neck.
Okay. So why were you concerned about taking photographs of her neck?
Just given what information she provided to me as far as what went down in the incident, I wanted to make sure to fully capture her reported injuries.
Okay, and that was immediately after the incident, correct?
Correct.
And so after fire completed their evaluation, what happened next?
I was advised that she was to be transported to Providence St. Peter Hospital for further medical evaluation.
Okay, did you follow her to the hospital?
I did not.
Okay, what did you do then next?
I remained on scene at Timberline High School and waited for Isaiah's guardians to arrive to conduct an audio and video recorded statement.
Okay, and then after you spoke with Isaiah and photographed Isaiah, what did you do?
I returned back to the Lacey Police Department.
Okay, did you contact anyone else associated with this case?
I did contact the nonprofit organization that Fatima was working with to inquire whether or not bed space would be available in the event that she was discharged from the hospital, and then also contacted CPS and advised them of the incident.
Okay. What about, are you familiar whether a protection order or trespass order was associated with this case?
I am.
Did you do anything with those?
Yes, I located the temporary protection order that was issued on, I believe, October 14th between Isaiah's family and Fatima's mother. I uploaded that as part of evidence for the case, as well as the North Thurston Public School District trespass letter that was issued to Fatima's mother on September 17th, 2024.
Okay, thank you. And you indicated just before that that you had contacted the nonprofit associated with this case, as well as CPS to check on status of whether there was availability for Fatima. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you aware whether Fatima was listed as a runaway at this point during your interactions with Fatima or that nonprofit?
After the fact, yes. It was associated with the initial 911 call, and it was cross-referenced. And it was also discussed with other officers that were on scene that she was the associated runaway from earlier in the day.
Okay. And let me ask you a general question. When somebody is a runaway, are they given a specific status, or is there a formal indicator of that?
Yes, they are listed in our system, or WASIC and NCIC, as a runaway. Just like in the event somebody wants to report a family member that's an adult as a missing person, they are assigned that designator in the event somebody were to run their name through dispatch.
And that's not, to be clear, that's not a crime, right? Being a runaway is not a crime that you would charge someone.
Correct. It's a status offense. In the off chance that they were of an adult age, they wouldn't be entered into the system.
Okay. And when, let's say a school, well, you work in the schools, correct?
Correct.
And if somebody in the school, whether they know that they are formally listed as a runaway or they don't know, or maybe they just know colloquially, right? Maybe the student has just told them. Is a school required to notify you if they come in contact with that person?
No.
Are you required to notify parents or guardians if you come in contact with that person?
Not initially.
Okay. And in what situation may you not be required to do that?
In the event the student expresses safety concerns.
And what about the school to you? Is that the same? If those safety concerns are expressed, does the school have to notify you?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
I wanted to show you some exhibits here that have been marked as exhibits 524 through 504 through 524. If I may approach, Your Honor, I'd like to hand him exhibits 504 through 516 to begin with.
You may.
Officer, if you could just take a look at those for me real quick. Do those look familiar to you?
Yes.
And could you please tell us what those are?
Photographs of Isaiah.
And are those the same photographs that the prosecutor showed you?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Let me approach and take this back around real quick.
You may.
may approach again, Your Honor. I'm going to hand you two exhibits, 504
You may.
and 49. Officer, do those appear to be the same photograph?
Yes, with some distortion of, I'm assuming the printer, but yes,
Okay. They seem to have a little bit different coloring, is that right?
correct.
Okay. And would you say that's just due to the printer?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I want to look at I'm going to hand you Exhibit 523 and 59. One moment, take a look at those. Do you recognize those photos as the same photo?
Yes,
Okay. Now, in those photos, can you see different markings on the photos, on the face?
I do.
Okay. And could you tell us who that is that we're looking at there?
Fatima.
Okay. And in exhibit number, is that 516? 523, is there more or less markings in that photo?
More.
Okay. And what about the color of the sweater?
The color of the sweater in 523 appears to be lighter.
Okay. And do you remember what the actual color was closer to in those?
Dark colored, possibly black.
Okay. So you think the photo that has more detail is of the face is less accurate color-wise?
I mean, given the lighting conditions, it is still a dark colored hoodie. Can you rephrase that question?
Well,
or? Yeah.
I just asked, the face on the one seems to show more detail, right?
Yes, on 523 it shows more detail.
Okay, but the sweater seems to be lighter in color.
Correct, versus the other exhibit, number 59.
Okay, so my question is, do you have any recollection that of when you took the photo, which color was more accurate? Of the sweater, excuse me.
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to approach you properly. And so, these photos that you took appear different even though they're the same photo, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
And printed out, yes.
Printed out differently, all right. And the photos, did you check 524 through 517 of Fatima? Did you look at those yet? Or just the ones of us?
So Mr. Kading is handing the witness what's been marked 517 through 524, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, I've seen these.
Okay, and do those appear to be the copies of the pictures that you took that day?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, if I may, please. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit exhibits 503, or excuse me, 504 through 524.
Mr. Leary, any objection?
There you are.
Ms. Stone?
May I go under the witness?
You may. Mr. Kading, Ms. Stone is going to go under the witness.
Officer Beltran, just to be clear, when you take photographs, do you do anything special in terms of camera, adjusting the camera angle, doing anything like that?
I do not.
Okay. Have you printed off photographs before?
In relation to this case or just in general?
In general.
Yes.
Have you experienced any difference in printing off photographs depending on where you print them?
Correct.
Okay, so they don't necessarily come out the same, let's say if you print it off a home computer, or if you go print it off your work, or if someone else prints it off somewhere else, is that correct?
Correct.
When you were taking the photographs in this case, were you intending to do anything different with the camera, lighting or otherwise?
No.
Okay. What is your recollection of how Fatima's clothing appeared to you?
Dark and colored.
When you say dark in color, what do you mean by that? Like a green, a blue, a purple, something else? If you recall.
Yeah, almost black. Black hooded sweatshirt, black athletic pants, and black tennis shoes.
Okay. And so when Mr. Kading is presenting you with a photograph that I believe you described, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you described the color of Fatima's sweatshirt being lighter. Would you anticipate, based on your training and experience taking photographs with this case and in your career, that might make someone look different?
Yes.
Okay. And depending on how you printed them, might more markings potentially show up if that photograph was lighter?
Correct.
So in the States, when the state provides you photographs and those photographs are darker, might that show less markings?
Yes.
Okay. So based on your review of the photographs from Mr. Kading, did it appear that his photographs were lighter?
Yes.
Does that make them less accurate or just different?
Different.
Okay.
Ms. Stone, you're voir diring the witness as it relates to whether or not you have an objection to 504 to 524.
Yes, Your Honor, I just had a follow-up question. When you look at those photographs between 504 to 524, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of them compared to the states, or are they just different in terms of printing?
They're different just in terms of printing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do you have any objection, Ms. Stone?
I do not, Your Honor.
504 through 524 shall be admitted.
Thank you. And Your Honor, at this time, I am not going to move to publish these, as we have seen the photos. We will have them for the jury to look at later.
All right.
All right. Now, thank you, Officer Beltran. So you arrived at the school at approximately 2:20, is that right?
226.
2:26, okay. And did you first go to the parking lot?
I did.
All right. And how many officers did you see in the parking lot?
Several.
All right. Did you talk to any of them?
Initially, 2 of them.
Which were who?
Corporal Pruneda and Officer Hang.
And when you saw Officer Hang, was he at his vehicle or was he on the street?
He was in the parking lot near his vehicle.
Okay. And at that time, did you see the defendant anywhere?
I did not.
Did you talk to any civilian witnesses in the parking lot?
No.
All right. And when you got there, did you see Mrs. Ali anywhere?
No.
Did you go to the hospital after this incident?
I did not.
Subsequent to the 18th of October, did you talk to anyone else about this case?
With our, like within the department or
Yeah.
community
Sorry,
members?
you can't ask questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll clarify.
Okay.
Did you talk with anyone else in the department about this case?
I did.
Okay, and who did you talk to?
Several officers, Officer Howard, believe some of our detective division, Sergeant Landwell, as far as updates go, Detective Sergeant Knight.
Did they give you anything more to do on this case?
On October 25th, 2024 at 7:29 hours in the morning, I did drive by Fatima's residence just to see if any vehicles were present, and none were located. And that information was relayed back to the detective division.
So you were directed by someone in the department to go drive by the residence?
I wouldn't say I was directed. I voluntarily drove by the residence.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Officer Beltran, are you familiar with something called body cam?
I am.
What is that?
It's a department-issued camera that all officers carry on them when they're out and patrolling or out doing their job function.
Okay. And how does that work? Is it on all the time? Is it something that you turn on? How does that work, system?
Typically, it's something we activate, but in the event that we have a emergency signal that gets activated either through our patrol vehicle, sometimes the camera does auto-activate.
And did you have body cam on you on October 18th of 2024?
I did.
And was it activated and working at that time?
It was.
Okay. What about when you made contact with the minors in this case?
It was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. Ask you to look at that silently to yourself for a moment, please, and then look up at me when you're done, sir. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 60?
Looks like a still shot from my body-worn camera in the room where Fatima was seated while she had her medical evaluation, as well as the same location I conducted my preliminary interview.
Okay. And does that appear to be a true and accurate representation of that still shot from your body cam on October 18, 2024?
It does.
They say we move to admit State's Exhibit 60.
Mr. Kading, any objection? No. Mr. Larry? 60 shall be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I retrieve and publish?
You may.
Give it a second to autofocus. Officer Beltran, can you orient the jury to what they're looking at in this photograph?
Yes, Fatima seated on the couch. This is where I conducted my preliminary interview. Just for reference, my body camera is located on the left side of my external carrier. So this would be the angle from my external vest.
Okay, so just to clarify, when you say external carrier, do you mean your vest?
I do.
Okay. So when it's on the left side of your vest, that's the angle based on that. There are markings on this exhibit in the upper right-hand corner of that still shot. Can you explain what those markings are, please?
Yeah, it's a timestamp that's associated only to my body camera.
And what do you mean by that?
So with the body cam rolling, it constantly updates the timestamp with the date, the time, as well as my the serial number of my assigned body camera.
Okay. And when you say your serial number of the assigned body camera, what number are you referring to? Is that the number starting with the X60?
Correct.
Okay. What is this marking on the very top right-hand corner, just for clarity? The yellow logo.
It's the Axon logo, which is the company that provides us with a body-worn camera service.
So just to be clear, it has nothing to do with this case. It is just the camera systems marking itself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination? No, Your Honor. Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Subject to recall, yes, please.
All right. You are excused. You may step down. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Ms. Stone, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks. Mr. Barnes, can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Victor Barnes, Barnes.
And Mr. Barnes, what city do you reside in?
Lacey, Washington.
And how long have you lived in Lacey?
About 11 years or so.
And who do you reside with?
My wife and my 2 younger children.
And when you say your 2 younger children, male or female?
Both male.
Okay. And are you familiar with someone of those children, Isaiah Williams? And did you live in that location in the fall of 2024, September, October of 2024?
Yes.
Where did or does your son Isaiah go to school?
Timberline High School.
And in the fall of 2024, do you know what year of school he would have been starting?
His junior year.
Are you familiar with someone named?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Fatima?
They were friends and began dating.
And were you familiar with Fatima's parents at all?
After a while, yes.
Okay. Had you met or spoken with them at any point, either or both at any point during the time Fatima and Isaiah were friends or dating?
Yes.
And just timeline-wise, when about did that occur?
I had a phone conversation with Hassan Ali on about September.
September of 2024?
Yes. 16th or 17th.
Would you recognize either Ihsan Ali or Zara Ali by sight?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see them in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Starting with Ihsan Ali, can you please identify for the record where he's located and an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting in the first chair over here, and he has on a gray blazer, it appears.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Ali.
Thank you. And what about Zara Ali? Do you recognize, do you see Mrs. Ali, excuse me, in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you identify for the record, please, where she is located and an article of clothing that she is wearing?
She's sitting at the end of the table over there with a black shirt, dress shirt.
And the record will reflect that the witness has identified Mrs. Ali.
And Mr. Barnes, without providing any details, was there an incident between your son and Miss Ali somewhere, or excuse me, Mrs. Ali, somewhere around September 17th of 2024?
Yes.
As a result of that incident, did you or your wife, or both, and Isaiah have any concerns for Isaiah?
Yes.
I'm sorry. It's one of
I think they changed the mic. Okay. Based on those concerns, did you engage the court or judicial system for assistance?
Yes.
And what assistance did you request from the court system?
I went to go get an anti-harassment protection order against Mrs. Ali.
Protecting who?
Isaiah Williams.
Were you, in fact, granted a protection order?
Objection as to, well, I guess I would ask for clarification as to the date of the order that was granted.
I'm going to overrule that can be either further addressed if the state chooses to in other questions or addressed by you in cross-examination.
So you said you were granted that. Do you recall what court that order was issued out of?
The juvenile detention center over there in Tamar.
Okay. And do you excuse me, that order, do you recall when that order was requested?
October 14th.
Okay. And who petitioned for that order?
I did.
And did you petition for it on behalf of yourself or someone else?
I petitioned on behalf of my son Isaiah.
How old was Isaiah at the time?
16 years old.
And who were you petitioning for protection against?
Mrs. Ali.
And when you say Mrs. Ali, do you mean Zara?
Yes.
And how did you make that request to the court? Meaning, is that something that you do online? Does that occur in a court hearing or something else?
When in person. At a court hearing, yeah, court hearing.
Okay. As part of that court hearing, is that a court hearing that Miss Ali attends? Did she attend that hearing?
I don't recall seeing her there.
Do you recall who was there for that court hearing?
Myself, my wife, the judge, and other people there for their cases.
Okay. Do you recall who the judge or the court commissioner was for that hearing by chance?
Commissioner Rue.
As part of that court hearing, did you provide testimony or answer any questions of the court?
Yes.
And once that court hearing was complete, did the court actually grant a temporary order of protection with a follow-up hearing date?
Yes.
Do you recall what the follow-up hearing date was set for?
October 24th.
Okay. And do you recall what kinds of protections were put in place regarding Isaiah as a result of that hearing?
Wasn't allowed to come within 1,000 feet of him, the school, where he goes to school, his home, and just him in general.
Okay. Are you aware, had Miss or Mrs. Ali been to your home prior to that? Do you recall if she had been at your residence at any time?
Yes.
Okay. So would she have known where your residence was?
Yes.
Okay. The incident, again, without any details associated, was that associated with the school in any way, Timberline High School?
Can you repeat that?
Sure, let me rephrase that. The location of the incident that caused concern, where did that incident occur?
Timberline High School.
Okay. Had Mrs. Ali's husband, Ihsan Ali, ever been to your home before?
Yes.
So would he have also been aware of what that location?
Yes.
Do you know if Haneen Ali had been to your residence previously?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And do you know who was directed to serve a copy of that order on Mrs. Ali?
Lacey Police Department.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Barnes, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 36. I'd ask you to look at that silently to yourself, review those pages, and then look up at me when you're done, please, sir. Mr. Barnes, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what is that?
A temporary protection order.
Is that the temporary protection order about which you've been speaking earlier today?
Yes.
Okay. And is that appear to be a true and accurate copy of that temporary protection order?
Yes.
Do you, as part of that process, receive your own copy of that order?
Yes.
So before today, have you had an opportunity to review your own order that you received from the court system in comparison to this order?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take that back from you. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, Mr. Barnes, I'm going to ask you some questions. First of all, who is listed up top, I would say top third of the page here in the header block?
That would be myself.
Order were you requesting here, listed under the cause number?
Harassment.
Okay. And is it a permanent or listed as a temporary protection order?
Temporary.
And what is the date for the next hearing that has been provided?
October 24th.
Did you attend that hearing?
Yes.
Okay. What was the result of that hearing?
Objection as to relevance as to what happened.
Sustained.
Did you attend that hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the order, what information then is followed on that order? Who is identified, I suppose, down here on the first page?
Oh,
Personal information for Ms. Ali.
yes.
Okay. And does it indicate, well, let me back up. What is this marking here on the document?
Oh, that's the step from the courthouse.
Okay.
Making it official.
Okay. And what about on looking at page 2 of 11 on State's Exhibit 36? Who is identified? And does it have his age listed on there?
Yes.
At the time that this interaction occurred, how long, to your knowledge, how long had Isaiah and Fatima been friends and or dating?
About a year or so.
Okay. So this wasn't, at the time of this wasn't like a brand new relationship between these two. Is that fair to say?
Very fair to say.
Looking at page 4 of 11 of, well, actually, yeah, 4 of 11 of State's Exhibit 36, under paragraph 8, the directives to the restrained person, what is initially listed under A?
No harm.
And what is the directive under A to the restrained person?
The minor's name is section 3 above.
So does it clearly essentially link back to your son?
Yes.
Okay. And under subsection D of that, does it indicate where your address is, the address specifically to stay away from?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the address that Ihsan Ali and Zahar Ali had previously been to?
Yes.
So it wasn't a different address than what they had previously visited?
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, and one more. Under D, how many feet does it say Miss Ali is to stay away from your son?
1,000.
Okay. Is that 1,000 feet underlined?
Yes.
Okay. And had your son gone to school, if you know, with Fatima Ali at the time of those events?
Yes.
Okay. So was there any confusion? Well, had there been any change in your son's school since September to October?
No.
Okay, I don't have any additional questions for you at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Morning, Mr. Barnes.
Morning.
You said you had 2 children. Isaiah is how old now?
He's
other child. Do you have any other children?
No.
Okay. So, just one preliminary. Have you watched any of the proceedings on this case on TV at all?
No.
Okay. Have you seen any videos on this case?
No.
Okay. So, let me ask you this. When you parent your children, you have rules, right?
Yes.
Okay. And they're pretty set. The kids know what to do.
Correct.
Okay. And if they break the rules, you punish them, right?
Depends.
Okay. So, if they break the rules, what do you do if you don't punish them?
I asked them why they broke the rule.
Okay. What if they don't have a good reason? Then do you punish them?
Depends on what their answer is.
Okay. Do you have the final call on what happens after you talk to them?
Yes.
Okay.
Me and my wife.
All right. And so you have different boundaries, different punishments, that kind of thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if they do something bad, worse punishment, right? Right?
That's fair.
Okay. Okay. And I know kids nowadays, bad punishment sometimes be taking their phone.
That can equate to a bad punishment.
Okay. And that's because they use their phone to talk to their friends, essentially live their life nowadays, right?
Correct.
Okay. So it's a pretty big deal. Okay.
I just have to have a verbal response.
Oh, yes, correct.
Thank you. That's okay.
So, as a parent, you set the rules, you do the punishments. How would you feel if I were to set?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. If you didn't get the desired results from your punishment or your discipline or your talking to your kids, what would you do?
I will consult with my wife.
Okay. And you said you went to court for your son to get this protection order, right?
Yes.
Okay. He wasn't there.
No.
Okay. Just you and your wife.
Just me.
Okay.
Yes, me and my wife. Correct.
You and your wife. Okay. And so you went to court on behalf of your son because he was a minor, I assume, to get
Yes.
this order. Okay. And that's because parents make decisions for their kids, right?
Yes, we are able to.
Okay. Now, you knew that Fatima was not supposed to be dating Isaiah, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you knew he was, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you did not have a rule against him dating her?
Yes.
You did have a rule?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was not allowed?
We did not want them dating.
Okay. But they were dating?
Yes.
And it continued?
Yes.
For quite some time?
I don't know how long quite some time is.
Okay. Did you ever go to the Ali's home?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation with the Ali's of any real substance?
Yes.
When was that?
September 16th or 17th.
Okay. Now, was that in relation to this incident that your son was involved in at the school?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked to them at some point after an incident your son had at the school with Mrs. Ali?
Correct.
And you spoke to Mr. Ali?
Correct.
Okay. Is that what you talked about?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't talk about other topics?
Yes.
You did talk about other topics?
Well, we talked about keeping the kids, keeping his wife away from my child.
Uh-huh. Related to that incident, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And he wanted to keep the kids separate.
Okay.
So his result to that was yanking her out of school.
I'm going to move to strike, Your Honor.
Responsive to the question, Your Honor.
Non-responsive.
Just a moment. The sustained is to non-responsive.
So, in the year that your kids were friends and dating, you talked to Mr. Ali one time.
Once over the phone, and once in person when they came to our house.
Okay. All right. And fair to say you're not friends with them.
Very fair.
Okay. And do you, yeah, well, it would be wrong for you to make parenting decisions for them, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Morning, Mr. Barnes.
Morning, sir.
Thank you for being here. So I just want to follow up on a couple of things. So after the September 16th around issue incident, you had a conversation with Mr. Ali, correct?
Correct.
Was there contact between my client and your son after September 16th, as far as you're aware?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So we have the incident mid-September, and I've heard a couple different dates, but so basically around the 16th, on the 16th?
16th or 17th, one of those days.
Okay. And so then you go to court on October 14th to petition for an anti-harassment order, correct?
Correct.
And you described where it was, correct?
Correct.
And that is, so you fill out paperwork in advance, and then you walk into court and say, here's what I would like. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And it's a walk-in calendar, correct?
Yes.
So it's not like you reserve a date in front of a judge. It's you go in, you sign up and say, here's my request. I'd like the judge to hear the request, correct?
Correct.
And so Mrs. Ali would not have any idea that you were going in that day, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, you didn't tell her, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you have no reason, you had no, and I'm not suggesting you should have, but there was no attempt to notify her. That's not how this works, correct? And the purpose is that if there is a temporary order granted, she gets an opportunity to then respond on the October 24th date, correct? Is that yes?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so were asked on direct as to whether Ms. Ali was present at the temporary order, and you said you weren't sure, correct?
I didn't see her when I was there.
Okay. So, but just to be clear, there was no reason to think that she would have been there, correct?
Now that she wasn't notified.
Exactly. And there's nothing to suggest that she was notified. Fair?
That's fair.
Okay. All right. So, and she didn't sign the temporary order because that's why you had the police officer had to go and give her the paperwork, right?
Correct.
Right. Okay. And so, and the thrust or the reason that you talked about going to get the order in October was the September 16th incident, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Barnes, is it, when you say you don't want to talk about your other child, is that just because you're trying to increase the number of children in the court proceedings today? Involve their names, their information?
That's one reason.
Okay. And Mr. Kading asked you questions about your parenting style and punishment and consulting with your wife. Do you talk to your kids?
Yes.
Okay. Well, how would you describe your relationship with your kids?
Pretty strong, pretty good.
Do you have an open communications or something different?
Very open.
Okay. So when you went to get this order, was Isaiah aware of it, that you were going to get this protection order requested?
Yes.
Okay. Is that because you guys talked about it as a family?
Yes.
Okay. You said that they You were aware at the time that Fatima was not supposed to date, and you were trying to keep the kids from dating. Tell me about that. What do you mean?
Well, at the beginning, they were just friends. And then I guess somewhere along the way, they began dating. Wasn't to my knowledge until they were a little while into dating. And I realized she wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend. And I tried to, say, hey, let's not further this more than what it needs to be. If that's their rules, that's their rules. Let's not involve ourselves in that. But, the kids, so it's hard to, love is a strong thing when you're a child. And when you don't know no better, you sort of don't know no better. So that's sort of where we were coming from as parents. But as time went on, things got very strange. And into the incident on September 16th or 17th.
And again, without going into those details. Mm-hmm.
So ensued that situation, then follow up a few weeks later. Policemen escort the parents to our home, looking for her when she wasn't there. Then follow up. Our son's being hit at school. So, yeah, and she's getting choked.
Okay. And have you met Fatima before?
Yes,
Okay. How would you describe Fatima?
she's a nice young lady.
What, did you meet her prior to October 18th, 2024, or after?
I want to say I met her after.
Okay. If you met her before, do you have a specific recollection of it?
I don't.
Okay, that's okay. And so you talked, it sounds like, because of understanding the parents' position, it sounds like your testimony, as you and your wife talked about, just trying to chill things out so there wasn't that conflict. Is that a fair reflection of your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. When you spoke with their parents, did you speak with both Mrs. Ali and Mr. Ali, just one or the other of them?
Just Mr. Ali. We were, because before I went and pressed charges, filed a complaint on Mom. I wanted to inform him and, let him know.
Okay.
So I think.
So it's not something that you did without any communication with the Ali family. You had a communication with the Ali family in advance of making that request.
Yes, I just didn't have communication with her.
Okay, but you did with her husband.
Correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, do you speak Arabic, or did you have that
I do not.
conversation?
It was in English.
Okay. When you went on October 14th to get that order, that temporary protection order, did you have to provide facts to the judge for the judge to weigh?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't just go in and ask for it and it was granted. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Mr. Barnes, you mentioned that the Alis came to your house with the police. Is that right?
Yes.
And they were looking for Fatima?
Correct.
Okay. And when was that?
Sometime October, probably October 10th or 11th.
Okay.
It was the week prior to me filing the Friday prior, or Thursday prior to me filing the protection order.
Okay. And did that trigger you filing that?
Once I found out they realized where we live, then yes, that's sort of what boosted me into getting that done ASAP.
All right. Now, just to be clear, Fatima had been to your house, right?
What do you mean?
Prior to that date, Fatima had been there.
So we stayed in an apartment complex.
Right. Had she come to visit your son there, I guess is what I'm asking.
Not at our house, no. But in the neighborhood, I guess you can say yes.
Okay. So she had never been in your house?
No. Not to my knowledge.
All right. And to the best of your knowledge, had your son ever been in her house?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. So when they did show up at your house, they were with the police, though?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Larry Recross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused? Ms. Stone?
1 moment, please, Your Honor. I have one final question, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Barnes, when you had that conversation with Mr. Ali prior to filing the protection order to let him know that it was coming, had you made the determination that it was coming at that point, or were you having a conversation with Mr. Ali to decide whether you were going to file it once they knew where you lived? Does my question make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. The answer is somewhere in the middle.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Once we had the phone conversation, my intent was to immediately file. Once I found out the school had a no trespass order on Zahra Ali, and the parents pulled her out of school, I didn't really feel like my son was in the immediate danger until they knew where we lived. Once I found out they knew where we lived and they came to our home, that's when I said, well, I have to do something. So
if I understand your testimony, this wasn't, well, let me ask this question a different way.
yeah.
Is it fair to say the reasons for requesting a protection order as a result of that September incident, there are a multitude of those reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you try and avoid making a request for the protection order?
Yes.
Okay. Did you feel like you were able to avoid making that request?
Yes.
Were you able to avoid making?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No.
That's okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes.
Mr. Keating?
Yes, Your Honor. Just so we're clear on this, you mentioned twice now that they pulled her out of school, right? You've mentioned that. You have no.
Oh, I'm sorry. You need to
Yes.
repeat
You have no contact with them about their child's school. Is that right? With the Ollie's.
Yes, correct.
You have no contact with them. And any information that you got regarding anything about the Ollie's came from your son, correct?
In the school.
The school about the incident, but about her, about Fatima, came from your son. Correct?
Overruled.
From the school and my son, yes.
Okay. So the information about Fatima's family came from your son that you got?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Larry, any cross? All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go or stay in the courtroom however you so desire. Thank you. So members of our morning recess, which we anticipate will be approximately 15 minutes. Thank you so very much for your time and attention. The bailiffs can come forward and lead you back. Going to be an issue ultimately before Fatima is called to testify. I would like to be provided with a copy of whatever it was that the state provided to Mr. Larry and Mr. Kading so that I can review that in advance of the argument. If you could print that off and provide it to my clerk during the recess so that that can be provided to me during the recess.
Yes, Your Honor.
And for the court and the state, the questions would pertain to bullet point 18 and the first two bullet points of the Reed trip on the last page.
As to what?
Regarding the trip.
Oh, okay.
There's a bullet point or two at top of that last section.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, the court will be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Are there times? Okay. And what are you doing during summer break?
I'm currently working and enjoying my summer.
Okay. Fair enough. And Elijah, in October of 2024, what time does school get out each day?
2 p.m.
Okay. And back in October of last year, how do you normally get to school each morning?
My parents would drop me off.
Okay. Are there times where you would take the bus as well?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. And when you do take a bus, are you taking the school bus or the inner city transit bus?
The inner city transit bus.
Okay. How do you normally get home from each day from school?
From my parents or the inner city transit bus.
Okay. And with regards to the inner city transit bus, are there any IT bus stops around Timberline High School?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And how many?
There's one right in front of it,
Okay.
and then another one down the road.
Okay. And Elijah, I'm going to ask you some questions about an incident on October 18th of last year. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to school on October 18th of last year?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And after school was done for the day at about 2 p.m., where did you go?
To the bus stop right outside of the school.
Okay. And is that the IT bus stop?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And why did you go to the bus stop?
So I could get home.
Okay. When you got to the bus stop, was there anyone else there, or were you the only were you the only person there?
There were the other students there.
Okay. And did you recognize any of the students? I know it's hard, and I don't know if you can scoot just a little bit
I'm sorry.
closer. It's okay. We just want to make sure that everyone can hear you, okay?
Yeah.
The microphone also, you can twist it up a little bit so if it's easier. Okay. You indicated that you, when you got to the bus stop, you recognized your friends. Who are some of your friends that were at? Jacob, were there other students that were at the bus stop? While you were at the bus stop, did something out of the ordinary happen?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you observe happening?
I observed a girl getting attacked by an adult.
Okay, and the girl that you indicated that got attacked, do you know who she is?
Yes.
Okay, back in October of that day, did you know who she was?
I had heard of her, yes.
Okay, were you friends with that girl?
No.
Okay, and do you know what her name was?
Fatima, I think.
Okay, and you indicated that Fatima was at the bus stop. Was there, you indicated she was getting attacked. The person that was attacking her, was it a male or a female?
It was a male.
Okay, and have you ever seen that male prior to October 18th?
I have not, no.
Okay, and with regards to that male, did he appear to be older than Fatima or younger?
Older.
Okay, and with regards to Fatima, you indicated that on October 18th of last year that you have heard of her. Had you ever seen her around prior to October 18th?
Yes.
And where had you seen her?
I'd seen her at school every day.
Okay, and was that Timberline High School?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and when you got to the bus stop, was Fatima already there or did she arrive later?
She had already been there.
Okay, when you first got to the bus stop, you indicated Fatima was already there. What about the older male? Was he already there?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and after you first got to the bus stop, what was Fatima and the older male doing?
Kind of arguing back and forth.
Okay, and could you understand what they were arguing about?
No, I could not.
Okay, was it in English?
No.
Okay, and with regards to Fatima and the older male, you indicated they were arguing back and forth. If you didn't know what they were talking about, how did you know they were arguing?
The body language and then the tone of voice was very hostile and aggressive.
Okay, when you say it was hostile and aggressive, whose tone of voice was hostile and aggressive?
Kind of just both.
Okay, and when they were arguing, was there anybody else involved in that argument?
Her boyfriend had been involved.
Okay, and who is Fatima's boyfriend? Have you seen Isaiah prior to October 18th?
Yes, I have.
And where had you seen Isaiah?
In his neighborhood.
Okay, and do you know what school Isaiah goes to?
Timberline
Okay,
High School.
and are you friends with Isaiah?
Acquaintances.
Okay. I know you're very soft-spoken.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. If you could just remember to speak up. You indicated that when you arrived at the bus stop, Fatima and her and the older male they were arguing. What, if anything else, happened while they were arguing?
It had appeared that she was trying to move away to like end the argument or just kind of settle it in and there.
Okay, and what did you observe that made you think she was trying to move away from the argument?
Well, Isaiah he had said that, like, while I was overhearing it, like, telling him that they were trying to leave, explaining to the father, and then that was kind of like the telltale sign.
Okay, and then what else happened while they were arguing?
That's all I really can explain for arguing, because that's all I saw.
Okay, so besides, you indicated that Fatima and the older male, they were arguing. Did the older male do anything else at the bus stop besides argue with Fatima and Isaiah?
He attacked Fatima.
Okay, you indicated he attacked Fatima. What did you observe?
I observed him push her boyfriend away and then go in for like a headlock, and then while she trying take her down to the ground.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions. You indicated the older male pushed Isaiah away. How did he push Isaiah?
It was a push and then a punch.
Okay, and which part of Isaiah's body did the older male punch?
It looked to be upper body.
Okay, and when the older male punched Isaiah, did you hear anything when he did that?
Yes.
What did you hear?
You could hear the thought from the punch connecting.
You can hear the what?
You can hear the thought from the punch connecting.
Okay, and then after the older male punched Isaiah, what happened to Isaiah?
I don't know.
Okay, when the older male punched Isaiah, how were they situated? Were they standing? Were they
They were
sitting?
standing.
Okay, they were standing. Okay, and after Isaiah got punched, was he still standing or did something happen to him?
I think he was standing.
Okay, and after the older male punched Isaiah, what did the older male do after that?
Turned around and put the girl in a headlock.
Okay, and when you indicated that he put the girl in a headlock, can mean different things to different people. What do you mean by a headlock?
It was like a two-hand headlock, one around the neck and then the other like that.
Okay, so you indicated you had your left arm sort of around your neck and then with your right arm pointed upward?
Yes.
Okay, and then when the older male put Fatima in a headlock, when he first did that, how were they situated? Were they standing? Were they seated?
When like the arms were first wrapped around, they were standing.
Okay.
And then they had like tripped, and then that's how they ended up on the ground.
Okay, and then when the older male ended up on the ground, what happened to Fatima?
She was there struggling and flailing, trying to get out.
Okay. When the older male first fell to the ground, you indicated prior to that he had put Fatima in a headlock. When he fell to the ground, what happened to his arms?
I don't know, but they stayed in the headlock.
Okay, so they stayed in the headlock, and did Fatima remain upright, or did she also fall to the ground?
She had also fallen.
Okay, and after they ended up on the ground, where were the older male's arms?
Still around her neck.
Okay, and then after they ended up on the ground, what happened?
Can you rephrase it?
Sure. So you indicated that the older male put Fatima in a headlock, and then you testified that they tripped and they ended up falling. What happened? What were they doing after they ended up on the ground?
When they were on the ground, she had been trying to escape, and then he had been trying to hold her.
Okay.
And then there were multiple other students that came and tried to help and assist in like separating them.
Okay. You indicated that Fatima was trying to, I believe you testified that she was trying to get out of that situation. What did you see that made you believe she was trying to escape?
There was a lot of screaming, and then like she was flailing like all over the place.
Okay. And while Fatima was flailing, what was the older male doing?
Still in the same position with his arms around her neck.
Okay. And then you indicated that there were other students as well. Did the other students at some point get involved?
Yes.
Okay. And what did the other students do when they got involved?
They were trying to pull the father like off of her.
Okay. And so you indicated they were trying to pull him off of her. Did they do anything else?
No, not that I could see.
Okay. And then, did you get involved with the other students?
No, I did not. I had only recorded it.
Okay. And you indicated that when Fatima was on the ground, she was flailing. Did you also make any other observations about her body or about her face?
She had looked very pale and like kind of lifeless after she had been on the ground for a while.
Okay, you said she looked pale and she looked lifeless. What do you mean by she looked lifeless?
Well, after like 15-20 seconds of her being there, she had gone completely limp, and then her face was like pure white.
Okay. And you indicated that, Elijah, you testified that the other kids at some point got involved. After the other kids got involved, were they successful in getting the older male to release his arms around Fatima's neck?
The teenagers were not.
Okay. Besides the teenagers, did other people come and assist?
There was a bus driver and then 2 other adults that had stopped to help.
Okay. The 2 other adults that stopped to help, were they male or female?
They were both males.
Okay. And then after the other adults arrived who helped, were they at some point successful in getting the older male to remove him from Fatima?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And at some point, do you know whether or not law enforcement showed up?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you recorded the incident. Why did you record the incident?
For this exact situation.
Okay. And Elijah, prior to your testimony today, did you have a chance to review video footage of what happened at the bus stop that was taken from the IT bus?
One more time, please. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. So prior to you getting on the witness stand today, did you have a chance to review a video taken from the IT bus of this incident?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state requests to publish Exhibit 34, which have been previously omitted.
You may. So before you play it, can you indicate what view that you are publishing to the jury, since there are multiple views in this exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state is publishing the road view that is starting at the timestamp. Starting at 12. For the record, I'm pausing it at 2:13:38. Elijah, are you able to see yourself in this video?
No, you were not.
Okay, and where were you standing when the incident was unfolding?
I'd been standing on the concrete slab just out of frame to the right.
Okay. And do you recognize any of the kids or the students that are being depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and the individual wearing sort of the grayish backpack that is in the center of the screen towards the right, who do you recognize that student?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and who is that? Starting the video. 2:14:36. Elijah, do you see yourself in the video at this point?
No, I do not.
Okay, and you testified earlier you were sort of standing on the concrete slab area off to the right. Is that where you were still standing?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and you also testified earlier that a bus driver had stopped to assist. Do you see the bus driver in the video?
Yes, I do.
And what is the bus driver? What does the bus driver have on?
The orange safety vest.
Playing again at 2:14:36.
Yeah, they're on their way.
Pausing at 2:15:49. Elijah, do you ever see yourself at any point in the video footage?
Not in this video, no.
Okay. And when the IT bus left, did you get on the bus or did you not get on the bus?
I got on the bus.
Okay. Elijah, you testified earlier that you also took a video of the incident yourself. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you at some point provide a copy of the video to a police officer from the Lacey Police Department?
That is correct.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Elijah, the handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
And do you know what is depicted on State's Exhibit 61?
I do.
And what is it?
It's the video evidence.
Okay. And is it the video that you took of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize any handwritings on the little white circle placard on Exhibit 61?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize about it?
It's my initial and then the handwriting.
Okay. And does it also have a date on it?
And the date as well, yes.
And was the date on there the day that you reviewed that exhibit?
That is correct.
Okay. And the video that's on that you viewed on that Exhibit 61, is it a accurate depiction of what you recorded from the incident?
That's correct.
And does it accurately reflect what you observed during the recording?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state at this time offers for admission into evidence Exhibit 61.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. O'Leary?
No, Your Honor.
61 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Elijah, at the beginning of this video, we sort of see an individual on the ground with their arms sort of moving back and forth. Who was that individual?
It appeared to be Caleb.
Okay. With regards to the individual that was laying on the
Oh.
ground with their hands moving, who was that?
That was Fatima.
Okay. And you indicated that you also, well, let me ask you this question. Was Caleb also in the video?
That's correct.
And was he still the one wearing the gray backpack?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Elijah, I've handed you what's been marked as States Exhibits 62 to 65. If you could just look at those to yourself and let me know when you're done looking through them.
I finished.
And do you recognize those four pieces of documents?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're screenshots from the video that I took.
Okay. And are exhibits 62 to 65 the screenshots? Do they accurately depict the what you had observed at the scene?
Yes, they do.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the case offers permission to evidence exhibits 62 to 65.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No objection.
Any objection, Mr. Larry?
There.
62 through 65 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And Elijah, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 60, State's Exhibit 60, State's Exhibit 65. Do these screenshots have a timestamp on them?
Yes, they do.
Okay, and with regards to Exhibit 65, we see sort of two people that's on the ground. Can you tell the jury who are the two people that are on the ground?
And the Ms. O was pointing to just above the middle of the image on the exhibit.
That had been Fatima, and then the other adult that had attacked her on the ground.
Okay. Exhibit 64. And again, we see sort of two individuals that is on the ground that is sort of in the center, but the upper center of this image. Can you tell the jury who those two people are that are on the ground?
That is still Fatima and the other adult that attacked.
Okay, and we also see somebody in the image that is also in the center, but towards the upper portion of this image with a gray backpack. Who is that?
That was Caleb.
Okay. Exhibit 63. We see again sort of two people on the ground that is towards, again, the upper center portion of the image. Can you tell the jury who are those two people that are still on the ground?
That is still Fatima and then the adult that attacked.
Okay. Exhibit 62. We sort of see in this image, there is a person that's on the ground. You sort of see their face in between the two legs. That is in the upper center portion of this image. Whose face is that?
Fatima.
Okay. And you testified earlier, Elijah, that when you observed what was happening on the ground, you indicated that Fatima, at one point, her face turned sort of white before she went, as you testified, lifeless. Is that sort of what's being depicted here?
Yes, this looks to be either of like when it happened or right before it.
Okay. You testified that there were other adult males that showed up at the scene at some point to assist. Do you know whether any adult females showed up?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And when you were video recording what was happening, were you mostly looking around to see what was going on? Were you sort of just concentrating on what was happening on the ground?
I was mostly focusing on what was happening on the ground.
Okay. And then once the bus driver and then the other 2 adult males showed up to assist, did you stop recording at that point?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay. And then by that point, and after the bus driver walked away from the scene, did you end up going on the bus?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Elijah. No further questions.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination. Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. What kind of work are you doing this summer?
I'm currently working at Chipotle.
How do you like it?
Pretty good.
Hard work?
It's my first job, so yeah.
Hard work?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay. Just really briefly, so when you got back onto the bus, did it feel like the situation had kind of resolved itself?
Yes, but it still felt like there was a lot still going on.
Okay. In terms of the man, was he being detained?
When I had gotten on the bus, he still appeared to be on the ground or nearby.
Okay. And one of the adults was holding him down?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay. And Fatima had been released?
I couldn't 100% see on the bus, so I'm kind of basing it off the video, but from what I can see, yes.
Okay. And so just better safe just as far as what you remember. So you don't necessarily have an independent recollection.
I do, but not to like the exact, down to the pinpoint details.
Okay. I appreciate you coming in this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Ms. Zoe, any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary?
No.
You are excused. You may step down. You're free to stay in the courtroom. Our lunch break today. And in a moment, I'll have the bailiffs come forward to lead you back to the jury room, and then you'll be released for the lunch break. We will resume at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you again, of course, truly for your time and your attention. Juror number 12 said to the bailiff, "I don't feel well. I'm not coming back." Today, she said, "I'm not coming back today," and left. And so that's an issue and a problem obviously from my perspective. And so we will need to address that issue. I'll let you think about that. Yes, number 12 is the young woman who is the So I'll let the parties kind of just mull that over while we address the other issue. I have had an opportunity to review the document that I understand was provided to Mr. Leary and Mr. Kading by the state. The version I have is a 3-page document. Ultimately, I'm going to file this with the court since it's something that I'm looking at and considering. And I will start by hearing concerns and or objections that were alluded to that you have regarding number, I think you said number 18, and then the 2 questions related to the trip that are the last 2 questions on this document. Mr. Leary?
And so just to clarify, as to the last one, I was going to get abused over there. That was my concern. And then also 18A, although there's only one under 18. My concern is, I know the court wanted to limit the res geste as to kind of what was going on with her in the days leading up to October 18th. My concern here is the things contained in 18A, specifically that it was an abusive household there was much arguing, fights and stuff, a lot of throwing stuff around. Male cousin hit me. I would complain, no one would do anything. It was normal for them. It was toxic, lots of heated arguments, people hitting each other and stuff. So my concern for that is that, from the sounds of it, that we know she didn't tell her parents she didn't want to go, or there's reasons as to why. And so I analogize this to kind of in a self-defense case where the knowledge of the defendant as to the violent proclivities of the victim is only admissible if they have that knowledge. And so the fact that this wasn't communicated to my client as to why her daughter didn't want to go, to talk about things that are far afield that happened about at least a year or two before, is not res gestae, and we're not going to hear from the male cousin. It is collateral. I think the level of detail there is concerning, and the accusations are concerning and collateral, particularly given the fact that if she had said, Mom, I don't want to go to Iraq because cousin name does 1, 2, and 3, can I not see him? Can we do things? Then it becomes part of res gestae because it's communicated to Mom and Dad. There's an attempt to try to neutralize it, and Mom and Dad weren't accommodating to my concerns about the abuse of the cousin. None of that is in play. So the fact that something happened allegedly 2 years before, 18 months before, that isn't communicated to my client as to why she doesn't want to go, so she feels that her only recourse is to run away. There was no attempt to address the concerns, and therefore, I don't believe it's res gestae, and I believe it's unduly prejudicial under 404B. And the generalization, I was afraid I was going to be abused over there, would be the same objection.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kading, do you have anything for the court's consideration as it relates to the information that I have in a 3-page document related to questions of Fatima Ali?
Your Honor, I'm going to take no position on this.
Ms. Stone?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, as we've gone through this case, we've heard about Fatima being a runaway from her household. We've heard about her going to the school and speaking to the counselors at school and what that process looked like. We've also heard questions during the course of questioning, as well as during defense interviews. I anticipate that those will be re-raised about how the school responded to those requests, and plainly why Fatima was running away in the first place. Fatima has made it very clear since the outset of this case that she did not feel safe. She did not feel safe going back to Iraq. She had safety concerns within her own home, and she has expressed that on a number of occasions. Certainly in front of the jury, we have not discussed the other safety complaints that she had made to the school prior to these events associated with the other runaway events. We've not discussed the prior CPS reports that had been made. We've not discussed, and I don't intend to ask Isaiah about what he witnessed as part of that process, but Fatima has consistently expressed her fears about safety. In terms of this specifically, the way it has been presented and the way I anticipate it being presented, as if Fatima had some sort of special information that her parents had no idea about, and essentially, and it's not the right term, but she was just being bratty and running away that morning to try and foil these families' vacation plans. That is not what that situation was. The state should be entitled to present that. There is nothing that is presented in 18 that indicates her parents were striking her over there. Fatima specifically is not going to make that statement. She is discussing the abusiveness of that household itself. And notably, she has said during the course of that visit, when she was struck, she made those complaints to her family, and nothing happened. That spoke further to her fear that she does not have a voice in that environment, and she did not feel safe. That was a consistent feeling of her role in that household. She expressed that consistently. That was part of her fear that morning in leaving, and so I'm asking that she be allowed to express those generalized concerns as to the nature of her experience in Iraq and why she didn't want to go back, so that the jury has some context for that, instead of just saying she woke up that morning and decided she wanted to go see a movie with Isaiah instead, or whatever more trivial event that is proposed as, that somehow that's the reason she decided just to not go that day. That's not the case. That's not fair to Fatima. That's not fair to the presentation of both parties. It is not unfairly and substantially more prejudicial to defense counsel with those statements. So I would ask the court to allow Fatima to express that when she is testifying.
Thank you. Mr. Larry, anything further?
Nothing further.
All right. So these issues were addressed pre-trial in general as it relates to evidence that was going to be offered by the state, and clarifying whether or not that was being offered pursuant to Evidence Rule 404B, as was checked in the omnibus order, versus then Ms. Stone clarifying at the time of the case management conference that it was going to be offered under the theory of res gestae, that being something related within the same transaction. I'm not going to repeat the ruling that I made at the beginning of trial that discussed case law and what res gestae is and anticipated to be. But of course, it must be very close in time to the event itself to be res gestae under the case law. And I would indicate that evidence that may be admissible, also the court needs to balance that under evidence rule 403 that indicates that although relevant, evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issue, or misleading the jury. First of all, as it relates to what is currently called question 18, and it is on page 3 of the document that I am referring to. The anticipated answer by Fatima is very detailed as it relates to why she did not like visiting Iraq, because the question before 18 is, did you like visiting Iraq? And the response was yes and no, a little bit, or that's the anticipated answer. And then a request for her to explain why she did or did not like visiting Iraq. And that's where she explains, I liked certain portions of it, and then why she didn't like other portions of it. I would indicate that what happened the year before when she visited Iraq clearly is not res gestae because it's so far in time. However, what I have heard multiple times from the state is that what all of this really goes to, the detail goes to the fact that Fatima Ali did not feel safe traveling to Iraq. There are many reasons why she did not feel safe, apparently, but that is the bottom line as to why she ran away on the morning of October 18th. And so she can testify to that. But the details as to why she does not feel safe, other than the fact that she'll testify that she'd been there before, and based upon being there before, she didn't feel safe going back, that comes in, but not the details. I find that if for some reason the facts of what happened a year ago could be considered res gestae, I find that the details themselves, any probative value as to those details is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice in this matter. And the state still has an ability to certainly argue what I'm hearing is part of the theory of their case, even with the way that I'm limiting how she can provide the information to the court. On the question, also on the third page, did this plan cause you any concern about returning? She said yes. What were those concerns? And why? She indicated in part that she was worried about that she would be abused in Iraq. Because I am not allowing the detail in 18, and of course I can't tell her what to respond. I'm not trying to tell her what to respond, but her response may in fact be the same, that she doesn't feel safe as to how she would be treated. And I grant the request that she not be able to use the word abused, again, because I don't find that that is res gestae. And it gets into issues with more particularity about how she was treated by her parents, which is not being introduced in this trial. And again, if for some reason that was res gestae, I find that allowing her to use the term abuse, that she was afraid that she was going to be abused, any probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of an unfair prejudice or confusion of the issues, because this trial is not about her trip to Iraq. And that is why I also believe that the jury could be confused if too many facts as it relates to her previous trip and how she viewed that were to be admitted during the trial. Ms. Stone, do you have any questions as it relates to my ruling on those issues?
I do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Leary? All right. And I'm not asking Mr. Kading because Mr. Keating had reserved, but do you have any questions about my ruling?
No.
All right. Also, I wrote on the copy of what was handed forward to me for my review, and so I would just ask that there be a clean copy provided. It doesn't have to be now, or it can be now, but when we come back at 1:30. And I won't file that. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Leary. I will file that at the conclusion of Fatima Ali's testimony. Now,
I apologize. My parties have 1 moment to confer.
yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
One other piece of information as it relates to number 12. First of all, occasionally the bailiffs will give me information about the jury that's not ultimately relevant for me to share. But I will share this since we're now talking about juror number 12. But that number 12 should be excused, and we should replace alternate number 1 to become juror number 12. I'm concerned if we were in recess this afternoon. We don't know if she's coming back tomorrow or not. I'm not indicating she's not ill either, but we don't have enough information. Of course, I could tell my bailiff that they need to call her and tell her she has to come back this afternoon. I don't know whether or not she would or whether or not she should, certainly if she is not feeling well. So I'd like to hear from the parties. And again, I'm just sharing those initial thoughts. I certainly don't have a firm conclusion at this point. Ms. Stone?
Your Honor, can we have just 1 moment?
Yes.
Obviously, Ms. Owen and I were talking about scheduling. We have talked over the last couple of days. I think we're actually moving through faster than we anticipated, so I am less concerned about our August 7th timeline now. I think there is a chance, a good chance that we could close the state's case by the end of next week or on July 28th, which gives us more buffer than anticipated. We've been trying to move people around and being very conscious about that. So plainly, I'll defer to the court. I think that we can make it work for today if the court wanted to break for the day, and also we have witnesses prepared that can go. The only timeline that I am trying to be really thoughtful about, quite plainly, is Thursday's testimony for Dr. Stankus. I know that she, in speaking with her last week, and I know that Mr. Kagan can correct me if I'm wrong, she arrives, I believe, at SeaTac at approximately 10:40 in the morning. So we couldn't do her in the morning regardless, but she's intended to come from there to here. So the intent is to put her on right after lunch at 1:30. So that is to say, I think we can move people around and make it work if we wanted to break for the day, but we also have people ready to go. So I just wanted to let the court know that there are options.
All right. First of all, I appreciate that. Also, I appreciate the update as it relates to the potential completion of the state's case. The parties know that I'm very concerned of ensuring that we conclude by the date that we indicated we would be concluding for a variety of reasons as it relates to the logistics of this matter. Mr. Kading, as it relates to number 12.
Your Honor, my only concern is I always expect jurors to be candid, and if she says she's ill, I would be maybe concerned that if she came back, she could spread that, we could have a bigger problem. But other than that, I think we have enough juries. If we're only going to go 2 more weeks, we have 3 alternates. I wouldn't object to using an alternate.
Mr. Larry?
I think the additional information provided by the court raises concern about, we are day 2 of testimony and.
Day and a half.
Day and a half. We're on the 2nd day of testimony and she already communicated, that she didn't want to be here apparently and then basically walked out from the sounds of it. So, and if she is sick, that's what we want people to do, right? So, I mean, either she doesn't want to be here and is going to make efforts to not be here, or she's so sick that she needed to get home and thus tomorrow isn't out. So I think, given that we are going faster, I think makes me more comfortable using an alternate. So I would ask that we excuse juror 12 and proceed.
All right. Ms. Stone, do you object if the court were to excuse 12 at this time?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
All right. At this time, I am going to excuse juror number 12 for the reasons we've already articulated on the record. And although I appreciate certainly what the state indicated as it relates to the length of the trial and the state's presentation of their evidence, things can change. We could run into other problems that could lengthen the trial, including someone who has to be here being ill or something like that. And so I will excuse number 12. I will do that when we come back into session at 1:30, and after I do that, then the bailiffs can notify number 12 that she's been excused. We'll move alternate number 1, who is currently seated closest to me in the chair where my bailiff is seated. We'll move that person into the number 12 chair, and then we will reposition the alternate number 2 juror, who is in the back row, farthest chair over, move that person to alternate 1, and then we'll move the alternate 3 up to the chair where alternate 2 is right now. But the logistical of moving them, we'll do that in the courtroom after I excuse the juror when we restart the trial. All right. Any further issues before we recess for our lunch break, Ms. Stone?
There are only, I'll let the court know that based on transportation, we are going to call Eric Price before.
Yeah, they're on their way.
All right, Mr. Denicola, I'm stopping the video at 2:16. There it goes, 2:16:11. Is that where you've driven away from the events that occurred?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Does the video go on to just capture more of your drive?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
This is such a difficult video to watch, and just to make it clear for you, our viewers, that video that we're showing is our edited version where we blurred the minors' faces. These jurors seeing a longer version, of course, unedited, doesn't have any blurring on those faces, so they are seeing the victim in this case and the boyfriend who's there jumping in along with friends trying to save her. Let's bring in a guest that we have here in studio. Trial attorney Natasha Scruggs is with us here from Kansas City, Missouri. Thank you for joining us, Natasha.
Thank you for having me.
What's standing out to you about this case? I mean, this is such a difficult one.
Yeah, it's so difficult. When it has something to do with minors, it's always challenging. So what's standing out for me is, first of all, the child went to school that morning. Mom and dad said that she ran away, but I don't think that running away is going to school. So that's concerning that they come to the school parking lot or they come to the school bus stop and then start to harass her and start to beat her.
And relentlessly, we're seeing in that video that the dad seems to be pulled off of his daughter, and then he gets out of the grip of other people and then goes again. And we've got the bus driver on the stand who says that he was able to help the girl get away initially, but then she is attacked again, according to the prosecution. I mean, the defense says that this helps prove their case. Can you see that at all when looking at this video?
Absolutely. I mean, these parents were acting ridiculously.
Well, the defense, though, the defense attorney, if you can believe it, says that this helps their case. Yes, he said in his opening statement, fortunately, there's video and you'll be able to see it.
You know, I don't understand what their argument is. They came to a school, they hit and attacked minors, one including their own daughter. This video doesn't help them. I'm pretty sure the jury was clutching their pearls the way I was, watching them beat a child. That is so crazy.
It's unbelievable. We're going to watch how this unfolds. Natasha, stand by. Let's get in a break. When we come back, more of the bus driver on the stand, and he's going to be under cross-examination by two attorneys, both the attorney for the mother and the father. We'll see how that goes. Stay with us.
Day.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. We are following day one of a case out of Washington. We saw opening statements this morning, and now we're listening to the first witness for the prosecution in the attempted honor killing trial. Ihsan and Zara Ali are both charged with second-degree attempted murder. Prosecutors say they tried to choke their daughter to death outside of a bus stop on October 18th of last year. Video of this incident was captured from a bus, and you can see a 17-year-old girl being attacked by her father in particular, while her mother stands by. Other students jump in to try and help, and that's what jurors are watching now. They'll have to determine if this was a harsh punishment of a runaway or if this was attempted murder. Now, keep in mind, Court TV isn't showing you the video as it is coming out raw inside of that courtroom because it shows minors' faces, so you'll see our edited version instead. Let's pick it up where we left off with the testimony of the bus driver.
What view now is, I'm going to ask to re-show 34, please. What view are we looking at now?
That's the curbside Camera on the bus?
And
Sure.
so that the side that pulls up to the stop itself.
Yes, it is.
Expected of us as free citizens in this democracy. That means being tolerant, being respectful.
I'm sorry, whoever is playing something needs to step outside the courtroom immediately, please.
Mr. Giannicola, this starts at what time is on the date timestamp? Starting from the beginning of the video, but what time is that?
It's 2:12 and 52 seconds.
And is that the same with all of the videos for the time start?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I started playing that at
Let's go. Yeah, they're on their way.
stopping at 216:03. Mr. Denicola, do you recognize anyone in any of those views that we've watched so far?
Yeah.
Who do you recognize?
I was breaking. See my reflective vest, high visibility vest that we have to wear so you can see that vest. And I'm the only one on the bus that was wearing one. So that's how I can tell that was me.
Who else do you recognize, if anyone?
also recognize the gentleman that was holding him down.
Okay. So as you're pulling up to that stop,